Going on across chunks of West Tennessee this morning as you're heading out towards the north and east away from the city of Memphis, heading out past Jackson, heading up towards places like Camden and Paris, out towards Medina, as well as out towards Trenton as well. So again, we've got some fairly heavy downpours moving through the northeastern portion of West Tennessee here. But even in our sections of West Tennessee, still some heavier pockets of rain moving across portions of Haywood County from up around Nutbush, coming down Tennessee Highway 19 into the city of Brownsville this morning. Hillville out towards Christmasville, back over towards Fayette Corners and northeastern portions of Fayette County, out towards portions of Hardeman County as well, from Whiteville over to Bolivar, down towards Hickory Valley, back up north around Toone as well. All of these showers fairly heavy when they roll through there, but again, it'll come and go in some instances. But I will say that these showers have been a little bit more dominant. They haven't really moved all that much here in the last little bit. We do have another little batch of rain and storms back out to the west, working its way through Lee and Phillips County, Arkansas. So from Mariana and Rondo and Lexa back towards Marvel this morning, we're seeing some heavier pockets of rain, light to moderate as you head down into northwestern portions of Phillips County. Then we head over towards southern portions of Benton County, right along I-22 as you're coming past Potts Camp, Hickory Flat, heading into Union County, Mississippi. Yeah, you got a little downpour in through there, and that is paling in comparison to what you're seeing up to the north here this morning. And again, we're still dealing with some heavier pockets of rain moving through parts of West Tennessee. A little farther north, of course, it's been also raining up around Dyer County as well. That Dyer County activity has died down. Still some light to moderate rain showers moving through Tiptonville up towards Union City, Martin this morning, back down south as well along Highway 412 from Dyersburg to Alamo over towards Jackson. You're going to run into a couple downpours as well. So again, it's not constant. It's not in every location. This is going to be part of the story, not just today, but likely the next several days here across the area, as we will have periods of time where downpours are going to be dominant, most definitely. Then other times where the rain is going to start to become more sporadic and more scattered about, as temperatures today top out generally in the middle 80s. We still have some rain and storms on the way as we head through the upcoming weekend. But as I mentioned, all week long leading up to Father's Day weekend, it does not look like this is going to be a front-to-back washout. The next 72 hours will not be a front-to-back washout. But will you have to tangle with showers and storms? Yes, you will at some point in time. Notice again the coverage a little bit more sporadic for Saturday, more sporadic for Sunday, randomly placed, randomly timed. I think that there is at least a concentration early on Saturday that will be a little bit more impactful, but it looks like Sunday, in the very least, looks to be more sporadic in nature. You see this cluster coming out of northern Arkansas. That may have impact on us Sunday night into early Monday morning. As we've mentioned, will it rain constantly? Likely not. Could we have severe weather? It is possible. It's not completely zero on that risk. It is a very low threat, but nonetheless, it is that time of the year. You get a little bit of heating here, get a little bit of instability, and yeah, a storm or two could get a little feisty, some gusty winds, frequent lightning, and of course the torrential rains. And I think the torrential rains are going to be the primary things that you're going to notice. Can I still get out this weekend? Yes. Just keep an eye to the radar. I said this yesterday. I said if you were getting a golf package for Dad for Father's Day, you should have told Dad to go out there yesterday when the greens were dry and the fairways were dry. And moving forward, yeah, you'll have some time where the sun's going to be out, but of course, unless the course strain's really good, it's going to be a little bit more dicey out there. I think you'll be chipping some chunks of mud off into the ethos here. Here's a look at what we got going on weather-wise. First solar futurecast, and again, you're going to see that swirling motion of that area of low pressure back out to the west. That means, again, that's going to be a ever-present portion of the forecast. There will be periods of time where that will send a little piece of energy like it did this morning, kick off some scattered showers and storms. Notice here, this is going to be the lingering energy from today moving across portions of North Mississippi and West Tennessee. But lingering back to the west, there's some drier air that gets pulled into the storm system, and you're going to notice the clouds just kind of shut down. Now, there still will be some scattered downpours that are able to bubble up, and there might be another little tendril of that energy pivoting in our direction later on this evening into the early overnight period. And guess what? The bottom side of that tendril of moisture and tendril of of energy will come through the area through parts of Saturday. Looks like right now, best chances near and south of I-40. The area of low pressure itself still pivoting back off to the north and east and still bringing us in its back wake some scattered showers and storms. So we may start off with clouds, but give way to some sunshine through the course of the afternoon hours and then some spotty downpours through the afternoon hours of your Saturday. Saturday night looks to be dry. I think a lot of the day Sunday looks to be dry. We'll get towards 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, bubbling up some afternoon showers and storms. There's a little piece of energy back out here. You're going to notice it drop in here, and that may kick off another round of storms that could take us into the overnight period of your Sunday into early Monday. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Interactive radar going to be your friend here the next couple of days. Make sure that when you're in the interactive radar function, I know this is counterintuitive, that little box at the bottom that either says past or future, it needs to say future. It needs to say past on there. I know that seems a little counterintuitive for some of you, but it needs to say, if you click it to say past, that's your normal radar. That's typical radar. Future puts it into a future radar mode. So just something to keep in the back of your mind when you're looking at the First Alert radar on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. 6 to 10 day outlook for rainfall above average, below average out west. So, you know, what they need is what we're getting, unfortunately. It has been so wet over the last several weeks, months here across the Mid-South, and it does not look like it stops going into the beginning of the summer season. But if you're looking for some summer heat, that's on the way too. So summer heat, summer humidity, all of it coming together as we head through the next couple of days. So again, I want to reemphasize something, and come here for a second, come here. These days, it's not going to rain all day, okay? Just like it was last weekend. We told you it wasn't going to rain all day. It's the same thing. Not going to rain all day. But could you have to tangle with showers and storms? Yes, if you have outdoor plans, I would just have alternate plans already just in place just to make sure, just in case if you have a situation that a downpour comes over your area, you have something to back it up. It's not going to be in every single location. It's not going to be at every point in time during the day, but you should just be prepared. Again, this is the personal responsibility part of this. I'm telling you the forecast. This is your part now, okay? Scattered showers and thunderstorms on the way through Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Not a washout, but there will be some showers and storms to contend with. I think Father's Day, as it stands right now, the vast majority of the day looks to be dry. A mixture of clouds and sunshine. And yeah, a couple of downpours by the afternoon and evening hours. Today, obviously, we got the rain here this morning. I think there will be some more scattered activity through the course of the day. Same thing on Saturday. We may be able to knock down some of the numbers even for Saturday, depending on how this plays out. But we just want you to be prepared for that potential for some rain and storms. And yes, there's a reason why I keep some sunshine in the forecast, because yes, there will be some periods of time where sun's going to be able to pop back out. Same thing on Monday as a front comes through the area. We'll knock the numbers back a couple of notches here for Monday, but pop back in the low 90s we go as we enter Tuesday, Wednesday. Juneteenth, Thursday is looking a little wetter now. Latest guidance coming in Wednesday night into Thursday. I think Wednesday itself looks to be dry. It's Wednesday night into Thursday that we see the better chances for rain and storms, and then the heat really cranks up. My goodness, we're still looking at low 90s that will operate more like 105, 110 degrees potentially, depending on how high the humidity gets as we head towards the final hours of spring heading into the beginning of summer. Spring officially ends 9:41 p.m. on Friday evening. So first weekend of summer upon us, Andrew, and it's looking pretty summery.
Okay, all right. Well, Patrick, one question for you, because you said it's not going to be a complete washout this weekend. If people are planning stuff for Dad on Father's Day Sunday, when would be a good time to head outside if they're doing outdoor activities?
I mean, really and truly, it looks like Sunday itself, you can get church fine, you can go to lunch fine. I think if you wanted to get out on the golf course, I think it's fine throughout much of the day until about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's when we're going to start to see those scattered downpours. So earlier is best on Sunday. Later is better for today and tomorrow, but I think that we're still going to be dealing with some scattered downpours off and on during even those time frames. But I think that Sunday looks to be better during the earlier portion of the day, and then more sporadic downpours possible as we head towards the afternoon hours. If you're in the pool on Sunday afternoon, just keep an eye to the sky and just keep an eye out for the rumbles of thunder. Of course, when you hear rumbles of thunder, that means lightning's close enough that it can strike you. You probably want to bring it on inside and wait it out until that storm passes you. Then we have another round of storms that could take us into the beginning of next week, and then we get the heat to start cranking up, and of course that will be just in time for the beginning of the summer season.
All right, meteorologist Patrick Ellis starting us off on a Friday. Nothing scary about the 13th forecast. Patrick, thank you.
No problem.
All right, let's take another live look from our High Five camera here outside of our studios. You can see the clouds moving pretty briskly across Memphis, Midtown there, downtown, off in the distance. Of course, we'll be hearing from meteorologist Patrick Ellis all morning long here as we talk about the forecast for today and for the Father's Day weekend. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what we have coming up here on Action News 5's digital desk. We are talking about the historic Ruffin Theater. This is a theater, small community theater in Tipton County, and it was almost going to close permanently just a short time ago through all kinds of issues and problems, management, that sort of thing. But right now, this community theater is thriving in Tipton County, so we're going to be talking with some of the leaders there that brought it back, how you can check it out, and what they're doing there. Also, we're going to be checking in with our friends at La Prensa Latina. This is the largest bilingual newspaper in the Memphis area. We love checking in with them on Fridays. We're going to be talking with them again later this morning. And have you ever heard of the Barth syndrome? That is a rare inherited metabolic disorder primarily affecting boys and men all across the world. Only a few hundred people have it across the world, including some here in the Mid-South. So we're going to be checking in with a spokesperson with the Barth Syndrome Foundation. All that and plenty more on Action News 5's digital desk. But right now I want to take a short break here as we again go live outside to the High Five camera outside of our studios in Midtown. We're going to be back in 1 minute with more on Action News 5's digital desk. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to tell you about a free summer bridge academy for Memphis middle and high school students. This is going to be a 3-week-long program where kids, middle and high school kids, can brush up and boost their academic skills, their confidence. Again, this is for rising 8th, 9th, and 10th graders in the city of Memphis. I want to bring in someone that is a part of the organization doing this. I'm joined now by Courtney Richardson. He is with the Peer Power Foundation to talk about this Bridge Summer Camp. And Courtney, good morning to you. Tell me about the program and how it's going to work.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having us on this morning. So we have a summer bridge program, and it's to do exactly what the name says. In the summertime, it is important for students to have an academic bridge from the end of school year to the beginning of the school year. And so we're deploying our college students who are success coaches to create a fun learning environment for young people who are uprising 8th through 10th grade students, so that when they get to the classroom, here's what I told the team. When they get to their class the first week of school, we want their teachers to say, what did you do this summer? Because you are on par, or you are mastering the content that you need to master for your grade level.
That sounds great. I love that idea, and I know there's going to be a lot of parents and teachers that love the idea as well. So how does someone get set up and sign up for this program? Where is it? All those details.
So the program is going to be at Mace High School on Poplar Avenue. We want to give a shout out to that executive director over there, Mr. Gaston, for hosting this camp. And to sign up, families and students can go to peerpowerfoundation.org. Notice I said parents and students, parents and families, because sometimes it is the students who say, I am going to Peer Powers Camp, because what we like to say is, hey, if the students don't enjoy it, or if the students don't advertise for it, and they are the target audience, then we need to do some work. But we always have students who are interested. So you can go to peerpowerfoundation.org to sign up, or any of our social media sites and sign up as well.
Okay, so take me through. Is this the first year? Take me through like what it's going to be like. It's Monday through Thursday, I understand, and it's from 9 to 3. Is it just like class? Is it something different? Explain.
So it's going to be Monday through Thursday. We're going to have level 4 and level 5 teachers providing instruction, and our highly trained and highly skilled success coaches, which are college students, are going to be there to help support or fill in the gap for those students who may need a little extra support. But this is also going to be filled with project-based learning. Our partners over at University Schools Innovative School District is a project-based learning school, and that is a practice that allows for students to do projects that are aligned with content, with curriculum, and with standards. So students are going to come away with some projects, and it's going to be fun, which is a part of Peer Power's model. You have our college students who are close in age with them, who are providing a fun learning environment. In fact, our college students are working in the month of June to create lessons and to create activities that would allow for students not just to sit in classroom and have boring lessons, but to have engaging lessons that would help them move academically. And so it's going to be fun. There will be some field trips. There are going to be incentives as well. There will also be other high school students who will be providing some support to their peers as well, which is why we are Peer Power. We believe in the power of the peer, not just the pressure that peers create. We believe that peers have the power to help peers succeed.
So this is going to be Monday through Thursday, July 7th it begins. This is right after the 4th of July weekend, July 7th through the 24th at Mace, the Memphis Academy of Science and Engineering. I understand registration close later this month. Again, give us the details so people can sign up. We know it's already free, but give us the details again so people know where to sign up.
Okay, so registration will close later at the end of the month if it lasts that long. We are seeing much interest in this camp. But you can go to peerpowerfoundation.org to sign up for your student, or you can sign up to be a part of our Summer Bridge program. That's Monday through Thursday. It's going to be happening at Mace High School there on Poplar Avenue. And we look forward to serving you. If you have any questions, you can email programs@peerpowerfoundation.org, and one of my amazing team members will get with you to give you details that you need.
Courtney, one more thing. How many people are you expecting? How many students are you expecting this year?
So we're expecting about 125 students to be a part of this amazing opportunity. And from my understanding, we're well over halfway there. And that number is growing.
Okay, Courtney Richardson, the Peer Power Foundation, talking about a free Summer Bridge Academy for Memphis middle and high school students next month. Registration closes on Friday, June 27th. We appreciate your time, Courtney. Thank you for all that you're doing to help out the students this summer.
Thank you for having me. Looking forward to coming back to let you see the results of the Summer Bridge program.
I look forward to it. Thank you. Okay, back here in the action News 5 Digital Desk. From time to time, we always like to check in with our friend Gabe Saglier. And he is our favorite travel guy out there. And Gabe is going back in time a little bit. He's got a behind-the-scenes look at a new show. It's called Disco Show in Vegas. And Gabe, man, you look the part. Good morning.
Hey. Yeah, listen, it's a flashback. We're back in the 1970s. We are in the best disco club in New York City. Yeah, this is Disco Show, my friend, right here at the Link Hotel on the Las Vegas Strip. So this is the Glitter Loft. This is where we have a couple of drinks, you and I, to get the hips swinging. And then in we go onto the dance floor that's been all lit up. And of course, my friends have shown up. There's Anthony in the back. Here's Tina. And here's OK. And OK's going to show us the cups here in just a second. But yeah, Disco Show. Just watch it. You are in it. Probably the most immersive, interactive experience in the Las Vegas Strip. They do 2 shows a night, Wednesday through Sundays. This is sort of a family-friendlier option on the Vegas Strip as well, 14 and up. This is just one of those really cool flashbacks that keep you moving all night long. You learn a couple of moves along the way. You make a couple of friends as well, and it just keeps you pumped and energized all night long. One of the great events from the folks at Spiegel World that also brought you absinthe. If you ever watched absinthe, one of the best things I've ever seen. These are the same folks creatively bringing the 70s back to life here with Disco Show.
Oh my gosh, Gabe. I mean, so people can just show up and do what you're doing here? I mean, looks like you're learning some moves, huh?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You can't help but swing your hips when you've got this, you know, those classic 70s tunes pumping, and you throw a little outfit like this on, you're part of the show. That's the beauty. You're not just watching it. It's not a passive experience. You're immersed in it, and it just feels good to let loose and be part of the show instead of just watching it from a distance.
So you mentioned this is very family friendly, 14 and up, and I understand there's some other fun family attractions there that can really stretch the dollar, huh?
Yeah. So this is the 70s, obviously, but the 80s are back in a big way as well. So nostalgia, a big part of the Las Vegas experience this summer. Check this out. The New Kids on the Block, first time ever with a Las Vegas residency. The Right Stuff, it's called. It shows starting June 20th for a limited time at the Dolby Live Theater at Park MGM. I caught up with Donnie Wahlberg. Here's what he had to say about the inspiration that Las Vegas brings to their show.
I don't know if it's the inspiration of Vegas, it's the aura of Vegas, but something has inspired us as a band to tap into things that we never have before. I just want to tell. I want to like spoil it every day, and I can't. But it's very cool.
So New Kids on the Block with The Right Stuff starting June 20th. And not to be outdone, the Backstreet Boys are also coming to Vegas. They've got an 18-show residency at the world-famous Sphere. It's called Into the Millennium, sort of a flashback to the Y2K area. And beyond that, of course, you've got Boyz II Men, Bruno Mars, Lenny Kravitz, Lady Gaga, Kelly Clarkson, and much, much more coming to Las Vegas. Many of the shows, are, of course, are family-friendly, so check those options out. But no shortage of A-list talent on the Strip for summer 2025.
Oh my gosh, it sounds amazing. Quickly, before we let you go, Gabe, where can we get some of this information you just mentioned?
All right, check out visitlasvegas.com. They've got information on all these acts, plus even some free experiences that are family-friendly throughout the summer. And before we let you go, join us in a classic dance move. Here, what's the
classic one, shall we? Here we're going to do the boxing match. We'll go
okay.
5, 6, 5, 6, stop that way. Go box, 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 head.
There it is. Back to you. See you out here at Disco Show.
All right, Gabe. That's some good stuff there. Appreciate it. Glad you're with professionals there, having a good time. Gabe Saglier in Vegas there and doing the Disco Show, a new Vegas experience. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Well, he has recently been honored on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. He's got an upcoming U.S. tour. He also has a brand new season, the 8th season of Big Three, the 3-on-3 basketball league, starting this weekend. Happens to be his birthday weekend, happens to be Father's Day. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by the one and only Ice Cube, talking about all things the upcoming tour, the basketball league, and everything else that's happening in your world. Ice Cube, thanks so much for joining us. So tell us about Big Three and the 8th season, a league that you co-founded. Good morning.
Hey, good. How you doing? It's a league that we've been really, working on for the last 8 seasons. People love the style of play. People love, when they see basketball played the right way by professionals. So it's been a great journey. This year is going to be our best year. We got players like Dwight Howard and Lance Stevenson and Mike Beasley and Joe Johnson in the league. So it's fun, it's fast, it's physical, and we kick off, June 14th.
That sounds amazing. You just mentioned a couple of the different players that people are going to be familiar with, and this is going to be something that people can see streaming, they can see on TV, but Dwight Howard, Lance Stevenson, Wesley Johnson, playing others, Michael Beasley as well. What's it like to run a league like that with some of these name players going all across the country and starting something brand new that's really gained a lot of popularity over the last 8 years?
It's fun. As a fan, I'm kind of in basketball heaven. Not only having these great players who we all know and love, but we got the Hall of Fame coaches like Dr. J and Clyde Drexler as a commissioner. It's just been a dream come true as a fan to put these guys back in the arena, but not just waving to the crowd and in an honorary way, but in competition and trying to win a game like they were. They can't play some of them, all of them as far as coaches, but they can give that knowledge, give them game situation adjustments, coach the team to a W, and it's great to watch.
No question about it. And I mean, talk about a wealth of knowledge. I mean, Dr. J, Clyde Drexler, I mean, we're talking about legends of the game. And tell me about the fan experience, because I know that it's a fan-friendly atmosphere, isn't it?
That's what it's all about. Fan-friendly starts with the affordable ticket. Some sports have priced out the family. You can only go with your buddy. And so we didn't want to have a league like that. We want to have a league where, you can bring the kids, you can bring the neighbors' kids if you want to, and not break the bank. And so it's a great atmosphere. You see 4 games for the price of 1. So it's pretty much, you see the entire league come to the Big Three. And so it's fan-friendly everywhere you look. And then we have music. We have entertainers come through, perform, dancers, DJs, everything in between. So it's like a basketball carnival in a lot of ways.
I like that, basketball carnival. I know it's not going to be able to be here in Memphis, but I know people are going to be able to see this wherever they want when these games are going on. Can you talk a little bit about that? And tell me more about your upcoming tour. I understand you got a new album, you got a new tour on the way.
Yeah, you could definitely check out Big Three on June 14th. It's on Compete Network, but it's really a great game to watch. And with the tour, we're Truth to Power is the name of the tour. 4 decades of attitude, excuse me. It's really about celebrating, I've been in the music business 40 years. 1985, I wrote my first hit song called Boys in the Hood for Easy E, rest in peace. And so it's time to reflect. It's time to celebrate. You know, it's time to do a big production that celebrates 4 decades of being in the music industry.
That's fantastic. Of course, we're Hoop City here in Memphis, and you know you have a lot of fans here. I know you've been here before. When can we see you here again in Memphis in the Mid-South?
Hopefully soon. You know, we came through Memphis a couple of years ago, and it was great. The fans were excited. You know, I tend to get along with a lot of people from Memphis. You know, we had a guy with us just helped us, you know, put the big three on behind the scenes named Tony Draper from Memphis, you know, one of my best friends in the world. So, you know, I got an affinity for the area. Can't wait to come back.
We can't wait to have you. We love that idea that you're going to be coming back to Memphis at some point. So we love that. Anything else, Ice Cube, you want to mention to us here on the Action News 5 digital desk?
Well, I just appreciate, you know, people that's been, you know, my day one fans who've been around these 40 years and been cheering me on at every turn, you know, every venture from music to movies to now sports. Just want to appreciate and just say thank you to everybody that's, you know, made me a part of their life in some way, shape, or form. So appreciate it.
Well, appreciate you and everything that you're doing. And this big, congratulations on Big 3 and the 8th season. A lot of people looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. And, of course, your upcoming tour as well. All kicking off, really, I mean, this weekend, Father's Day weekend, a big weekend, also your birthday weekend. So just wanted to say congratulations on everything. And thanks for joining us on the digital desk, Ice Cube. We appreciate it.
Anytime, every time.
All right. Thank you. Great stuff there from the one and only Ice Cube on the Action News 5 digital. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. You know, the kids are out for school. You got summer season upon us, and why not take a trip somewhere? And one of the most affordable ways is perhaps going camping around your area, or maybe taking a road trip and going camping. It has become more popular than ever. In fact, 1 of 4 leisure trips out there now includes camping. Let's talk more about this idea of camping across our region and really across the country right now. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Senior Vice President of Marketing for Campgrounds of America, KOA, Diane Eichler, joining us on the digital desk to talk about camping. So, Diane, let's talk about this. It feels like a resurgence of camping out there across the country, but for me and my family, we've always enjoyed camping. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So tell me about this this popularity that we are seeing in camping all across the country.
Yeah, camping has always historically been a really great summer activity, but over the last 5 or 6 years, we have welcomed over 11 million new campers to camping. So we at KOA are super excited to open up our peak season and welcome all of our campers, old and new, out into the great outdoors again this year.
Yeah, so tell me more about it, because I saw this stat where it said 1 in 4 of those trips, people pick business or pleasure or leisure, and 1 of 4 of those leisure trips involve camping in some form or fashion. And we're talking about all kinds of camping, the RV type or the tents, that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, camping has grown. We have a lot of different accommodations that we offer at KOA. And to your point, we've got so many different demographics that are coming out to camp. It can be retirees, it can be Gen Zs who are historically traveling with their larger friend groups. We've got millennial families who are bringing kiddos in tows. We welcome pets. 50% of our campers camp with pets. So we have a really great curated Camp Canine program that welcomes our furry family members as well. And we have accommodations for all types of campers. If you're traveling in an RV, we've got great pull-through sites that have hookups and patios. We've got opportunities for tent campers. We've got glamping opportunities, which is one of my favorite ways to camp with our deluxe cabin product. You can come in, pack a suitcase, you don't need a lot of gear, and walk into a cabin that has a couple of bedrooms, a bathroom, a kitchenette, and it's like having a hotel room in the great outdoors. So lots of different types of campers and lots of different accommodations that are available for our campers out in our great KOA system.
That sounds great. I mean, you got all kinds of different types of camping, from the very serious, I would say, to some that are glamping, as you mentioned. I'm curious about that, to try and convince my wife. I'm an Eagle Scout, so I'm used to camping in the outdoors. So is my son. But to do a glamping, describe that once again. Is that probably isn't available at every KOA campground out there, but certainly, in fact, there's one near our area here in Marion, Arkansas. But I'm curious about the glamping, the cabin type feels. Tell me more.
Yeah, well, glamping has actually taken off in the last couple years. And so we have, as part of our glamping product, we've got deluxe cabins. At certain other campgrounds, we'll have yurts and tree houses and silos and what we consider unique accommodations. So it's not just a one-stop shop of one type of product, but there's lots of different variety, and each one of those unique glamping opportunities is often signature to space and place. So what you're going to have in potentially Tennessee might be very different than what you would find at one of our campgrounds in California. So that's one of the great things about KOA, is that none of them are the same. We're all unique and we all have different signature opportunities at each campground.
Fantastic, Diane. Finally, if someone wants to maybe kind of look at this as perhaps a summer vacation for the family, where can they go online to do that?
Of course, visit us at KOA.com. And while you're there, I encourage everyone to hop on over to our blog. We've got lots of tips and tricks, tons of recipes, and lots of guides for you to help you get outdoors this summer in a really hassle-free and fun way.
That sounds great. Diane Eichler, we appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk talking about the enjoyment and popularity of camping all across America. Thanks so very much.
Thank you so much, and happy camping this summer.
Back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is an event that's returning to Memphis and the Mid-South, and this is an event that people love. In fact, they crave, because as we all know, we have some of the best beer around, okay, because we have some of the best water around. But this is a festival of beers that not only encompass some of the local beers, but beers all across the region, all across the nation, even internationally. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Matt Leff. He is the organizer for Memphis Brewfest that's coming to Shelby Farms Park this year, June 21st. It's right around the corner. And Matt, glad to have you on the digital desk. Let's talk about why the move to Shelby Farms Park, other than, of course, it being a great venue. Good morning.
Sure. Good morning, and nice to see everybody. So yeah, we are super excited to be coming to Memphis and reviving Memphis Brewfest at its new home, Shelby Farms Park. And we chose a location for its ease. It's a beautiful site. There's free parking. We have a beautiful stage right there on the festival field where we'll have live music throughout the day by Free World. So it's just a great location, and we're super pumped to be handling it and hosting it there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, so tell us a little bit about it, because I know that, you know, this is an event that typically sells out. Tell us about the beers, first of all, because this is, after all, a festival of beer.
Yeah, so we have personally invited, I should say, 40, not 35, which it says behind me, but we have 40 of the best breweries locally and regionally across the Southeast. So all your Memphis favorites will be there, most of them showing up with special offerings and things that you may only find if you visit their tap room versus, say, shopping at your local liquor store or even grocery store. So all your locals are there. We have many breweries coming from across the state of Tennessee and then just the surrounding areas. So last count, I believe we have 137 unique beers that our guests will be able to sample throughout the day out at Shelby Farms Park.
Fantastic. And so this is from noon until 5 o'clock on Saturday, June 21st. And there's a limited number of tickets, and you guys have it that way so it doesn't get too crowded and the crowd's too big, right?
Of course. Yeah. Guest experience is our number one priority. We don't want you waiting in line to try a beer. We don't want you waiting in line to go to the bathroom. We don't want you waiting in line to get food. We want to make sure that your ticket feels valuable and that you have a wonderful experience. So those tickets are $65 and it includes everything but food. Food is the only add-on. If you're hungry, you support local great food trucks and local vendors from the Memphis area while doing so. So yeah, it's going to be a great day, and we are fingers crossed for awesome weather. Hopefully your weather team can dial that in for us.
Yeah, no question about it. I was going to say, so food trucks are going to be there. And what I understand, Matt, is that, you know, you're nothing new to dealing with these beer festivals across Tennessee. Tell me a little bit about your background.
Yeah, sure. So my business is Rhizome Productions. We're a full-service festival and events production company based in Nashville, but we've produced festivals all over the state, including Memphis in the past, as well as Knoxville, Chattanooga, and then the Middle Tennessee area. And we actually started in 2011 explicitly as a beer festival company. We've evolved and grown to do all kinds of things across the event space, including music festivals, food events, fundraisers for nonprofits and corporate groups. So we run the spectrum of events. We just wrapped up supporting country music festivals here in Nashville the past 12 days. So we're just a diverse group of folks, but we love beer at our core. And we're really excited that we're able to influence Memphis Brewfest into the future and hopefully put it back on everybody's calendar every year moving forward this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I've certainly attended in years past, but it's been a while. It's been a minute. But certainly Shelby Farms Park, that venue in that environment is I would think would be quite the celebration for sure. Let's talk about ways that people can learn more, I guess a website and where people can buy tickets, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So easiest thing to do, go to memphisbrewfest.com. You will find everything you need to know there, all the breweries, all the vendors, all the food trucks. Of course, how to buy your tickets, most importantly. And also just want to share that if you use the code Drink Good Beer, you can save a few dollars on those general admission tickets. So when you go over to Memphis Brewfest, just click that tickets button and use the code Drink Good Beer to save a couple dollars on those general admission tickets. That code is unlimited usage. So if you want to roll out there with a group of 10 people, feel free to use that code for all 10 tickets. But yeah, you'll be able to learn everything you need at our website, directions to Shelby Farms Park if you've never been before, or maybe you're just a little unfamiliar with the area. But everything you need to know is right there. And of course, I should mention that you do need to be 21 and up to come. Can't bring the kids. This is an adults afternoon only.
21 and over. Yes, absolutely. Okay, Matt Leff, we appreciate your time here on the digital desk. Good luck on the 21st. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks for taking the time.
Thanks so much. Cheers, everybody.
All right. Cheers to you. News 5 Digital Desk. There is a new exhibit at the Children's Museum of Memphis. I remember when my kids were young, we always used to go to the Children's Museum of Memphis. It's so great. It's so wonderful for them. Just get totally immersed in whatever section and whatever area, whatever play area they can get into. This one is really interesting because kids are going to be able to have this kind of immersive experience with an ocean exhibit. It's called Ocean and Me, and joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk, the CEO of the Children's Museum of Memphis, also a developmental psychologist, Dr. Stuart Burgess, on the Action News 5 digital desk. So tell me a little bit about Ocean and Me, Stuart. Good morning.
Good morning. Ocean and Me is super exciting. I love that you use the word immersive because it's designed to be just that. All of the play and learning that goes on in Ocean and Me is designed to happen as if you were under the sea. It really focuses a lot on celebrating reading and making reading particularly interesting and a focal point of the experience. Also problem solving. There's some math slid in there tied to treasure and jewels on the bottom of the ocean floor to make it really fun and exciting. And then there are all things ocean, wacky ocean facts of all kinds that even make adults go, "Are you serious? I can't believe that." And that's all designed to make it so that kids and their adults share the sort of, oh, wow, experience of learning in a meaningful, immersive, and interesting context.
That sounds amazing, Stuart. It really sounds good. Tell me what age it caters to. I know that there are all kinds of ages that go to the Children's Museum. What age is this exhibit specifically catered to?
So this one really probably works well for anybody from about 4 to 12 or so. But younger kids will enjoy the immersive quality of it. The lights are down low, and there's uplighting to make it look a little oceany inside. There are lots of fun things that you can do that are pretty straightforward, so you don't have to be a reader to be able to enjoy this. The other piece is in the reading scenarios, the setups that we have, including a giant undersea dome where you have plastic bubble chairs that adults and children sit in together. It can be that the adult is reading a story to the child. It doesn't have to be the child who's reading. And so there's pretty wide range, actually.
Fantastic. Okay. So this exhibit, I understand, goes through the month of August. And we're talking about all kinds of different things because I'm reading about it and I see that it has like puffer fish. They got you have a sunken ship there, submersible, a fish wall. What is the most popular, because it's been open now for a few days, what's been the most popular area that you've seen kids really enjoy?
They go all over it. So they really kind of pinball machine all the different parts, which is our intention to make each of the learning and playful space vignettes to really attract kids. They love to rearrange all of these fish on Velcro walls into schools of fish and to learn about which kinds of fish group together in schools and which don't and all of that. We think there are a couple new pieces this year. There's a really cool Find the Treasure challenge, which we think that kids are going to really gravitate toward, and I'm looking forward to watching that.
Absolutely, Stuart. Thank you. Anything else you want to mention about this? I mean, how can people see it? How much does it cost to get into the exhibit? If you're a member, non-member, that sort of thing.
Sure. This is no additional charge. So after you pay your entrance fee, or if you're already a member, this is just part of the experience that we add to sort of the return on investment that you get for paying a little bit of money to make sure your kids are having a great time learning. It's about 3,000 square feet, and it's also the ocean theme, and bringing down the lights and a nice air-conditioned space is a nice complement or counterpoint to some of the outdoor play and our splash pad during the summer. So that's super exciting. And if reading is also a big ticket item on your list for summer, which it always should be for children of all ages, then we've also got a brand new reading challenge program called Level Up that kids and parents and grandparents are being really excited about.
Fantastic. And I know that if museum members get in for free, non-members, it's $18 to enter. Is that right?
That's exactly right.
Okay, Dr. Stuart Burgess with Children's Museum of Memphis. Thanks for coming on the Digital Desk and telling us about that latest display, that latest exhibit, Ocean and Me. Sounds fantastic for all the kids this summer. We appreciate your time. Thanks for all you do at the museum, too.
You're welcome.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I am sure you saw this announcement live at the Garden and the concerts coming our way this summer. Let's bring in Olivia Wall. She's Director of Marketing and Communications for Memphis Botanic Garden. Quite a lineup this year, Olivia. Good morning. How are things?
Good morning. We are live from the concert lawn here, so super excited to be talking to you about our wonderful lineup we have for this summer.
Yeah, it looks great. So take me through it. How is it? How do you guys get these concerts, and what goes into creating a lineup like this?
Yeah, absolutely. Our live team works year-round to ensure that every summer we offer epic concerts under the stars at the Radiance Amphitheater. We love what we do, and so we, work together and try to secure a lineup that is great for Memphis and for all of our wonderful concert goers.
Yeah, I see it here. So we got June 21st, Third Eye Blind. We have July 18th, Parker McCullen. August 23rd, Darius Rucker. September 6th, ZZ Top. And then you finish out the season September 19th, Steve Miller Band. Tell me, I know you're looking forward to every single concert, but tell me one of those that really you have your eye on.
I mean, I'm, a little bit more alt in my music choices, so I'm super excited about kicking off the season with Third Eye Blind. They're going to be joined by special guests. Their support act is Joy Bomb, who is a local band here. So we're super excited about that. I'm inviting some local Memphis talent onto the stage as well for that concert. I mean, Parker McCollum, he's wonderful. It's going to be a great show to really hit that mid-July. Darius Rucker, super favorite of Live at the Garden in Memphis. Who doesn't love Darius Rucker? And obviously, you can't go wrong with really, rounding out the season with just like classic rock superstars ZZ Top and Steve Miller Band.
Yeah, they're fantastic. I've seen both of them. In fact, I saw Steve Miller a number of years ago live at the Garden, and they brought up, I believe, some of the Stax Music Academy artists. It was fantastic. It was a great, great show, and certainly enjoyed it. And what a great venue the Botanic Garden is to see some of these shows outside. Can you talk about all the different aspects that go into seeing a show there? I mean, you can bring your food, you can bring your drink, all that stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. So what's wonderful and unique about the Radiance Amphitheater at the Memphis Botanic Garden is we want you to come and enjoy a night out. We want it to be an experience and a memory for you to have forever. So we invite folks to bring their own chairs, bring picnics, bring coolers, set up, find a great spot on the lawn, and enjoy the evening. And there's a great, band and music happening, but it's also a really good opportunity to get with your community and just enjoy a wonderful nature under a tree canopy just alongside Audubon Lake.
So tell me how much tickets are and how people can get a hold of them.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now we still have our season passes online. So that means you get a ticket to every single show. And those are $340 starting at $345. Plus fees, and then individual lawn shows, maybe you have some conflict with dates, starts at $70 for our individual lawn tickets. And those are all available via Ticketmaster.com. And I'd be remiss if I did not say how wonderful, and we could not do it without our wonderful sponsors, including title sponsor Regents Bank, legacy sponsor Duncan Williams Asset Management, and our presenting sponsors AutoZone, FedEx, Gossett Motor Cars, True Green, Mahaffey, Pro Show Systems, and the Lilly Company.
Wonderful. Olivia, it looks like a great season to embark upon at Memphis Botanic Garden, live at the Garden. There it is, an amazing lineup this year. Certainly a ton of fun no matter who's playing there at Memphis Botanic Garden. Olivia, thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is a new competition that is on NBC right now. It's called Destination X, and it is a bold travel competition. And a lot of those contestants are asking, where the X are we, among other things. And I want to learn more about this competition that began about a month ago on NBC. And joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, one of the contestants, Peter Weber. to talk more about this show and more about what viewers can expect. Peter, good morning to you. So tell me a little bit about what you're involved in. Good morning.
Yeah, no, this was truly just the adventure of a lifetime, the ultimate game board. Being able to just have a guessing game of where in the X are you, like you said, and just an incredible opportunity to kind of put your skills to the test. You know, for me, I think specifically it was such an awesome opportunity to go into, just with the nature of my career and being a pilot and the passion I have for travel. Being able to be a part of an experience like this was just the coolest thing I've ever done in my entire life, and I can't wait for everyone to watch the entire journey. Just so many awe moments, and it was truly special, and I'll never forget it.
So let me ask you this, Peter, because you know, on another network there is something called The Amazing Race, which is almost a travel competition as well. Get us into this competition. Is it similar? Is it different? What are the differences and perhaps the similarities?
It's very different. You know, what's crazy too, and I think a lot of the players, we're all looking really forward to rewatching this back, is we really only saw maybe, you know, 10, 15, 20% of the entire, what everyone's going to see. We saw such a limited portion, and it's, you know, depriving you of your senses. And that's what makes it such a unique show, and something that's never been done before. You know, being able to see such limited things and never truly knowing if what you're seeing is accurate, if it's a red herring. That was just through a huge wrench and everything. It made it so much more difficult. Being able to trust people, and it has the whole gameplay aspect of, you know, betrayal, of alliances, of really just trusting your gut. And that could be a make or break for you, you know, either continuing on to the next week or going home. So I think that, you know, similarities, yeah, being able to travel the world and see a lot of incredible spots, but the competition aspect is brand new. It's never been done before. And it's just super unique, and it's just really just testing and an insane experience.
I know that you're limited on what you can say, but Peter, if you can you break down a little bit of the rules or how this competition is played out on TV?
Yeah, so essentially every week we're going to be traveling in a bus, and this bus is fogged out, so all the windows, you can't see outside. And so you're in close quarters, you're with your competition day in and day out, you're sleeping on the bus. And every city you get to, you're going to be partaking in certain challenges. And these challenges, if you win them, are going to be huge, because they're going to offer you information and give you clues to understand possibly where you are. But again, those clues may not always be accurate. And so that's part of the fun of the game, is trying to really decipher what is true, what's not. The alliance building is huge in this game. And, you know, you try to, at the end of every single week, you're going to be placing your X. You go to the map room if you're selected to go to the map room. And the person that has their X furthest away from the correct location of where you actually are in the world at that point, unfortunately gets sent home. And you try to make it to the very end for, you know, a shot at the grand prize and the title. And just, yeah, the ultimate competition show. It's really cool, I think, for the viewers too. They're going to be able to guess along too as well, and truly play this game as if you were actually playing it in real life. But it's got everything. It's got the social aspect, the competitive aspect, the challenge aspect, and a lot of twists and turns, a little bit of luck, and just the most epically shot show I think I've ever seen.
What's the grand prize?
$250,000. So that's obviously an incredible amount of money. So that'd be incredible to win that. But I think even more than that, just you know, the pride of being able to, you know, season one, be able to win Destination X. That would be, I think that's the ultimate prize. But yeah, a big sum of money as well.
So tell our viewers how we can watch Destination X.
So Destination X is going to be airing on NBC on Tuesday nights, and then after that, it's going to be on Peacock, available for streaming. So yeah, be tuning in every Tuesday night, and after you can't catch that, you got it on Peacock.
Anything that surprised you that you're allowed to tell us with regards to this? You mentioned how many people are involved in this? Contestants?
So it started out with 10, and then I believe 2 have already been eliminated, and then Janae and we join in the next city that's coming up, do a little bit of a twist, throw like a wrench in the plans for I think everyone involved. So now we're back up to 10, and yeah, there can only be one winner at the end. Again, with that, it's very crucial to be working along with other people because you can't win it by yourself. And so that's also creates a really interesting dynamic too of, if you were to make it far in this game, of when do you split that? And there's obviously a lot of trust, but eventually the nature of the game, there has to be a little bit of betrayal too. So it's very lots of ups and downs and twists, and yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch.
Absolutely. Peter Weber, contestant on NBC's Destination X, a brand new reality competition that focuses on travel, and the grand prize, $250,000. You can see it on Tuesday nights on NBC and then Peacock streaming afterwards. Peter, thanks for coming on the Digital Desk. Best of luck to you in this competition. We appreciate your time. Back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Guns are the leading cause of death among youth, ages 1 to 17. An average of 7 young people a day are dealing with gunshot wounds, and many of them turn deadly. In fact, gun rate deaths for this group have doubled from 2013 to 2022. Every 11 minutes, someone in this country is killed by a gun. I want to have a deep dive on this discussion with someone who's joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm joined right now by Catherine Hoops. She is someone who is a pediatric critical care physician, and she is someone with Johns Hopkins. And there is at Johns Hopkins a director of Gun Violence Solutions Center there. Catherine, good morning to you. I want to talk a little bit about the ways and the solutions to best prevent gun violence all across the country. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. And, like you said, gun injuries, gun violence is the leading cause of death in children in the U.S. right now. But many of these injuries are preventable. And so I think the most important thing that we want people to know is that a simple act to safely and securely store all firearms can help to save lives, especially kids' lives.
So let me talk a little bit about that right now. Is that the most important thing, safe storage of the firearm? I mean, how much, and I don't have the analytics, perhaps you do, but how much could that reduce gun violence when it comes to children?
Yeah, absolutely. So we know through decades of research that safe storage prevents firearm injuries and firearm deaths by not just unintentional shootings, but homicides, suicides, especially among youth. In fact, a study earlier this year showed a substantial reduction by 6 to 32% in youth firearm suicides from safe storage laws that compel safe storage behaviors in states that have them. So we know that this is a really effective intervention to interrupt a pathway from access or exposure to use and to injury. It basically puts a barrier in place so that when a curious toddler finds a firearm in a nightstand, if that gun is loaded, there is a trigger that they can pull and cause harm. But if that gun is in a safe, there are buttons that they can push, and that child won't be harmed by that firearm if it is safely and securely stored.
So I know that about half of all states have some sort of safe storage regulation. Where do we stand here in the Mid-South? We have Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas here. Is this something that you guys are pushing for in states that don't have the regulations?
Yeah, so over half of states do have child access prevention or safe storage laws that promote safe storage behaviors. But even in states that don't have safe storage laws, people can still practice safe storage. By normalizing conversations about secure storage, we can help to promote these behaviors in all states. States that do have them, we can encourage more people to adopt these behaviors. And in states that don't, people can still do it, to take it upon themselves to safely store their firearms.
That's a great point. It doesn't matter what the laws say as long as you practice safety, and one of the elements of safety is having that safe storage at home. Then your family should be better protected that way. Anything else that you feel is important about this issue? I know that you're part of this research there from the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions, right?
Yeah. So I'm also a pediatric critical care physician. And so in addition to the research that our team does, I work with patients and families every day to educate them on secure firearm storage, on injury prevention. And so we know that lives can be saved when firearms are stored unloaded, locked, separate from ammunition in a way that's inaccessible to kids, right? So kids don't have the code to the safe. They don't have access to that key. And if someone becomes at risk, you might consider changing the code or keeping the key with you, or maybe even getting the guns out of the home for a period of time. But we know that safe storage, when properly implemented, will save lives.
Is that, Catherine, the biggest issue facing a lot of gun owners in terms of what you see from your perspective when it comes to gun violence with youth and teens, gun storage? What are some other mistakes that gun owners make when it comes to this issue?
I think that, really safe storage is a simple step that everyone can take. I think also it's helpful to have these conversations with families, with gun owning families, with non-gun owning families, to understand potential sources of risk. Again, families might think that they are protecting their family and keeping their firearm in a place that's inaccessible, like in the back of a nightstand drawer, on a high shelf in a closet. But by having these conversations about the importance of safe storage, maybe even as a non-gun owning parent, having a conversation with another family member before, or a friend before your kid goes over for a play date, we can help to understand the risk that exists in our communities and is posed by unsecured firearms. We think this is one of the most important ways that we can intervene to prevent all firearm injuries, both adult and pediatric, but especially in kids.
Is there a place online, Catherine, where people can go and just learn more about what we talked about, perhaps through the Johns Hopkins Center?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have a wonderful toolkit that has some of those conversation starters, research, and other information on our website that you can find at t.jh.edu/safe storage, or you can just search for Safe Storage Saves Lives.
All right, Dr. Catherine Hoops, pediatric critical care physician, Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions. Appreciate your time on the digital desk. Very valuable information there. Simple, easy ways just to cut down on some of the gun violence there affecting so many of our youth. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Leanne, it's Andrew Douglas. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we are in a break right now. Do me a couple things before we come to you, because I might take another interview just so we can frame you up and get you all set up. Can you do me a favor and try and clear off the camera lens? It seems very either dirty or foggy or something.
2020 during COVID.
Excellent, excellent. Listen, I'm going to take another another interview, and then we can kind of work on this, okay? I'll be talking to you through the chat.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We always love celebrating Memphians that are doing amazing things everywhere and on the national stage, on a regional stage, international stage, what have you. And joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I am joined by Dr. Martin McCain. He is a faculty member from the Rudy E. Scheidt School of Music at the University of Memphis. Go Tigers go, by the way. And he is a trombonist on the Disney soundtrack for the Lilo and Stitch remake that's out in theaters right now. Martin, great to meet you. So first off, tell me a little bit about yourself. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. So I'm a musician, as you said, I teach at the University of Memphis. I grew up in Memphis in Whitehaven. And outside of teaching college students, I'm a member of the Count Basie Orchestra. If you go to the musicals at the Orpheum, the trombonist of the Orpheum Theater. And so I get to perform in a lot of different genres and get to teach wonderful next generation of musicians.
So tell me about getting this opportunity. How does it come about where, you know, you have this remake? It's a big movie. It was a big, I think it was a big TV show back in the day. It is now in theaters, and you're a trombonist. You're on the soundtrack. How does that all happen?
Well, it's a funny thing. Like when you're a recording artist and you're a studio musician, sometimes you show up to the recording studio and you have no idea who you're recording for. And that was the same situation here with Royal Studio. We were told that Bruno Mars was going to have a part of this project, but we had no idea it was for a Disney film. And so we went into the studio, we recorded Burning Love, and really did not know what it was going to come of. And then I didn't find out until a month later when I received the check. I just did a little bit of research and I saw that this was going to be a part of the new Disney movie. So that's an interesting story how I found out.
That's fantastic, and I'm sure it was nice to see the check and everything associated with that. So so tell me, if people go and see this movie in the theaters, are they going to be able to know which song? And you know, I mean, you're a trombonist, so you know, how are they going to be able to pick you out, or at least the song that you're a part of? How about that?
Yeah, so one great thing that this movie is doing, from even the original that came out in 2002, there's a lot of Elvis music in this movie, which is, you know, very iconic with Memphis. But the one track that we recorded at Royal Studio is Burning Love, which is towards the end of the movie. And so, yeah, this is a really nice one because actually Bruno Mars's nephews are singing this, and then we are the horn section in the background.
Fantastic. That is awesome. So, so tell me about people's reaction, family members, friends, to you being on this soundtrack and Burning Love, as you mentioned. I mean, Elvis Presley, here we go.
Absolutely. Well, especially in my family, a lot of my family members are huge Disney fans, and my sister goes to Disney World at least 3 times a year. It's so everybody was extremely excited. I've been on a few different soundtracks before, but never Disney. So that's definitely a special thing for me.
I would think so. I would think so. So tell me what you do at the University of Memphis. Are you a professor? What do you teach?
Yeah, so I'm the trombone professor. So I teach students from freshmen all the way to doctoral students and students who want to be performers or future band directors, educators. And so it's fantastic. I get to work with around 20 trombone students each week. And yeah, we have a really beautiful thing going on at the Scheidt School of Music, especially in our brand new Performing Arts Center.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, a great situation all around. Anything else you want to share with our audience? We have thousands of people that watch each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. And not only are they love to celebrate University of Memphis, Memphis Tigers, and a Memphian doing extraordinary things on an international level. Anything else we can talk about, Martin?
Well, I would just say, please go see the movie. I just read last night that the movie is still #1 on the charts, and it's been out for 2 weeks now. So that's amazing, with all the great movies that usually come out during the summer season. So if you haven't seen it yet, definitely check out the movie.
Yeah, and this is a remake of the kids program back in the late '90s. Is it?
The first Lilo and Stitch came out in 2002, and then there was a sequel, and then it became a TV series as well.
Gotcha. Okay, all right. Appreciate you setting me that straight. Well, listen, Dr. Martin McCain joining us on the Digital Desk on the soundtrack for the Disney movie Lilo and Stitch, the remake, Burning Love. At the very end, there you will hear him and his trombonist, fantastic stuff. Congratulations once again, and thanks for all the hard work you do at the University of Memphis to inspire other students to do the same. We appreciate your time.
Go Tigers.
All right, Leanne, you ready?
I think so.
Okay, good. You're going to do great. We're in the break. I'm going to come to you in about 45 seconds, all right?
Okay.
Okay, awesome. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to tell you a little bit about the historic Ruffin Theater. This is a tiny community theater that is in Tipton County, Tennessee. You can see part of it here. Just a year ago, this theater was dangerously threatening to close after years of mismanagement. But through various community partnerships, through new leadership, the Ruffin Theater is not only surviving, but is thriving. And I want to bring in someone who let us know about this, who is helping with keeping the historic Ruffin Theater alive. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Leanne Harmon. She is someone who's very instrumental in the historic Ruffin Theater. So, Leanne, good morning to you. Tell me about your role here and a little bit of the history of the Ruffin Theater.
Good morning. So I am your board treasurer, but also I help out with like booking talent and just making sure that we always have something on the stage at the Ruffin.
Okay, great. Well, that's fantastic news. Tell us a little bit of the backstory of the Ruffin Theater, its history, and how it almost closed permanently and where it is now.
So historically, it started out as a movie house in the 20s. It did burn and had to be rebuilt. And then after that, they started doing like live music and theatrical productions, things like that. It's actually rumored that Elvis played there. We haven't been able to get it legitimized, but we believe that he was there. Everybody wants to believe that Elvis played their theater. So, just for years, they've done local live music and theatrical productions. The Tipton Arts Council actually owns the building and produces the theatrical productions. But COVID was hard, like for many places. And then things just got really hard. It started to be hard to make the bills. And some poor leadership, I think, helped lead to that. But there were a few board members and we realized that things really weren't the way that they needed to be and just tried to pick up the pieces and run with it. So here we are. open and thriving, and we've got big acts coming, not just, I mean, we love our local live music and our local theater, but we've got big things coming because tonight we're going to have Andy Gross, who's actually been on numerous TV shows like Ellen. He actually has his own Amazon Prime show now, so it's a big deal. And we just want everybody to know that our little theater is a big deal.
Excellent, excellent. So tell me a little bit about where it is, how people can get involved, and perhaps ways that people can get tickets.
Yes. All right. So we function solely on volunteers. So all of our board is volunteers. If you come in, you see our front of house, people running the ticket booth or the concession stand, those are all volunteers, and we'd love to have anybody that would like to volunteer. You can send us a message through our website, tiptonartscouncil.org. That's the best way to get in touch with us. That's also how you buy tickets for any of like Andy Gross or any of our theatrical productions, anything that we have going on at the theater. That's where you can purchase tickets.
And is it in Covington?
It is. It's in downtown Covington, Tennessee, and it's just the cutest little square. Like if you think in your mind about what like a historic downtown small town square should look like, that's what Covington Square looks like. And they have the best businesses. It's just a great little community. And I'm not even from Tipton County, but I love Tipton County so much that we spend most of our time there. They actually have Depot Days coming up this weekend. It's their first annual one. So it's in the little Depot district. They have a new distillery that just opened. So the Ruffin, not only is the Ruffin thriving, but Tipton County and the heart of Covington is thriving, and they're helping keep us alive too.
Fantastic. Okay, so the Tipton Arts Council, if people want to search for that, they'll be able to search and see the Ruffin Theater and ways to get tickets. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Leanne? This has been great.
No, sir. Just thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Absolutely. Okay, Leanne Harmon joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, talking about this historic theater that is once again making its way into the hearts and minds of many people all across the Mid-South. Leanne Harmon, thank you for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, well, another live look at our high five camera here as we go to break. A beautiful shot of our Midtown area. Certainly some clouds out there. We're going to talk about the forecast later on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, we have a treat for you. I am being joined by someone who is currently in the Wicked play right now. Glinda, she plays. She's also done a number of different off-Broadway shows, national tours, TV appearances. We are talking about a superstar here. Joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, actor Laura Wyaz. On the Digital Desk, talking about a show that's coming to the Orpheum Theater where she is going to be the main event. Laura, good morning to you. How are things?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm excited. Can't wait to be there.
We can't wait to have you. So first off, tell us a little bit about yourself. You have this incredible storied career here where you've, done this great magical tour here. You've been on Broadway currently, you're off Broadway, you did TV shows, all kinds of appearances. Tell us a little bit about your background, where are you from, how you got started.
Sure, yeah. I'm originally from the Hartford, Connecticut area. And I always just sort of secretly loved singing and dancing. I was sort of shy though. And in high school, I joined the chorus and I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And I decided to go to college. I went to college in Winchester, Virginia at Shenandoah University. And then, kind of right out of school, I started touring and I toured for a while and just kept building my resume and meeting people and doing off-Broadway shows and it's just been a wonderful diverse you sort of piecemeal everything together, right? You'll do a concert. I've done symphony orchestras. I've toured with Kenny Rogers, which was amazing. I'm currently in Kimberly Akimbo touring again. I've done Broadway, off-Broadway, some film. Just it's all just a very crafted career, which I like. It's always different, always changing. You have to be able to adapt and pivot to certain things. So yeah, it's definitely a lifestyle for sure.
That sounds amazing. I love it. I love hearing about it. You know, it gives all of us people who are, especially we have thousands of people who watch, aspiring actors and actresses, the hope of just, making it big. And certainly you've done this. I want to talk a little bit about what's bringing you here to Memphis at the Orpheum in downtown. Kimberly Akimbo, tell me about that story and how you got involved.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm so excited to come to Memphis. So I saw the show only one time, and I was like, it impacted me so greatly. And that's the type of work as I get older that I like to do. I mean, I'm sure, I love doing funny, fluffy things, and this is very funny, but it impacted me so greatly that I thought it was important and the message is important. And I was like, I need to be a part of this show. It's so hilarious and it's heartbreaking and it's at the end, it's very hopeful. So it's this family in New Jersey in the 1990s before cell phones. And I played the mom, Patty, and my daughter, Kimberly, has a rare genetic disorder where she ages 4 to 5 times faster than, the average person. So in the show, she's 16, but she's played by an actress who's much older, which I also love. So she looks different, right? And she's in this new town. They had to move to Lodi, New Jersey. She doesn't quite know why. Her parents are dysfunctional. I'm sort of a narcissist, a little bit of a hypochondriac. Dad is a little wacky. She has a crazy Aunt Deborah. She's navigating all these things, going to a new school, her first crush, all while looking, not like the average teen. And it's really such a well-crafted story. It was a play first, and then they put music to it, and it's a genius show. So yeah, that's kind of had been my journey. I auditioned first for the understudy, and they were like, "Well, you're not really right for the understudy, but we'll keep you on file." And then, through a process of auditions, I ended up getting the part. So not the understudy, but the part.
That's amazing. I love hearing that. And this is going to be June 24th through 29th at the Orpheum in downtown Memphis. A lot of people may be thinking about ways to get involved in theater more often, and certainly we have some talent here all across Memphis. What would be the best advice for some of those aspiring actors and actresses out there that you'd give?
Well, I'll say this, you never know where your next job is going to come from. I got my equity card in a very strange way. I was doing a children's theater show, which, obviously nobody was coming to. We were playing in cafeterias. I was playing a mouse. And then, I was kind and I always, try to have a positive attitude and a good work ethic. And then a year later, my friend, called me up and he had done a Broadway show and he said somebody's leaving and I think you'd be great for it. And he passed my name along to the director. I didn't have an agent. And, lo and behold, I ended up getting it. So you never know where your next job is going to come from. So I guess my point is, just keep working however you can and have a good attitude and be kind to the people that you work with, because, you may not be even the most talented person, but if you're great to work with, people will want to work with you. And then they'll recommend you for this thing, and then that'll snowball to the next thing. And that's kind of how these things happen. So just, keep doing it no matter how big or small it is. If you love it, I think good things will happen if you stay with it.
That's great advice. I mean, hard work always pays off, and treat others the way you want to be treated, right? It's not that hard.
Yeah, it's really not. Really not.
I mean, seriously, that's great stuff. All right, so anything else you want to say to the audience members, to the people, if they come by and they check out Kimberly Akimbo later this month, what would you tell them?
I would tell them the ice skating is real. We really ice skate. A lot of people think it's a trick. Even when I saw it on Broadway, I said, "Oh, those are little wheels," but they're not. And I didn't know until I had my costume fitting. They said, "Oh, we need to fit you for ice skates, and you have to have ice skate practice." And I was like, "What?" So we're really ice skating, first of all, which I think is just a phenomenal thing to be able to do on a Broadway stage. And just come with an open heart and ready for a good time, and maybe bring some tissues. There are some parts that will get you, but it's at the end of the show, it's like you just leave with this hopeful message. Do the thing, call the person, say what's on your mind, take the vacation. It's a very empowering human story. So hope you enjoy it.
Awesome. Laura Wyaz joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Congratulations on such a successful career and what you're doing. Thank you for the advice for all of those aspiring actors and actresses out there across Memphis and the Mid-South. And good luck on this tour. And Kimberly Akimbo, June 24th through the 29th at the Orpheum. We appreciate your time, Laura. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Friday morning. Friday the 13th, but of course the weather is going to be pretty quiet as we head through parts of your day, but other parts of the day may be a little bit more active. So far this morning, we've had some activity rolling through the area. That shower and thunderstorm activity has started to taper off a little bit, but we'll still see some scattered downpours from time to time as we go through the course of the day, as temperatures warm up into the middle 80s. Of course, the humidity level is going to feel a little bit more stifling across the region. The reasoning why: an area of low pressure that's working its way across the Ozarks here, northwestern portions of Arkansas and southwestern portions of Missouri. Flow pattern coming in with moisture off the Gulf and also coming off the Pacific. And there's some drier air trying to come in from Canada and training into this. That will actually help to dry us out. So we'll have some pockets of rain as we head through the course of the afternoon and evening hours, and some sunshine mixing in from time to time as well. Guess what? That's going to be a common sight, because as the low barely makes its way into western Kentucky by Saturday, we're still going to be looking at the potential for some scattered showers and storms. The low moves farther to the east up the Ohio River Valley as we head into Sunday. And there's a little bit of a disturbance back out here towards the west into southern portions of Missouri that could help to facilitate in the flow pattern, again coming from northwest to south and east, that could facilitate a late day chance of storms coming back into the fold. Let's time it out with our first alert futurecast, and you'll notice as we go through the course of the day today, again, some of you tangling with rain and storms this morning. A few of you will see it later on this morning into the afternoon hours across West Tennessee and North Mississippi. Interspersed here as some drier air is trying to pull into the system, you're going to start to see some sunshine breaks and some downpours mixing in from time to time. But it won't be for everybody. I think the coverage of rain does go down as we head through the afternoon, early evening hours. Pick it back up again as we head towards the late afternoon, early evening as another wave moves across the area. A little tendril of energy hanging out across portions of east central Arkansas and north Mississippi. That will pivot around the area of low pressure, which will be pivoting around the western portions of Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Illinois as we head into your Saturday afternoon. Will it be a washout? Again, I say this constantly. No, it will not. But some of you will tangle with some downpours. Where the downpours are active, they could be quite heavy, locally strong, not completely off of the table. Notice the coverage of rain and storms go down as we head towards your Saturday afternoon. And I think a lot of Sunday for Father's Day looks to be generally pretty dry. The afternoon, some scattered downpours developing. Not everybody seeing those downpours. The temperatures warm up into the upper 80s through the afternoon. And there you go with that cluster of storms. Remember, I told you about that little disturbance in southern Missouri. Well, that disturbance will start shooting down in our direction as we head towards Sunday evening into early Monday. Of course, as we head towards the final days of the spring season heading into the beginning of summer, above average rainfall looks to take us through that time frame, but also during that time frame, some changes in our temperatures as well. Now, as far as Monday's concerned, we'll have some storms still lingering across the area, at least early in the day. I think we have another batch of scattered downpours to redevelop as we head through parts of your day on Monday. Tuesday, also a chance for a couple of widely spaced showers and thunderstorms, temperatures in the upper 80s near 90. Same thing on Wednesday. I think Wednesday itself looks to be generally drier, but look to the west. There's a boundary that will drop southward. That will bring us another wave of rain and storms taking us into Thursday afternoon. Could be a wetter situation as well. When I say that there's some changes in the temperature department, it's on the upward swing, it seems like, as we head towards the end of next week, and that will help to push our temperatures up a couple of extra notches, and feels like numbers will also follow suit. Feels like numbers around 100 degrees as we head towards the middle and latter portion of next week here across the Mid-South. Here's a look at our extended forecast. We're going for high temperatures in the mid-80s today, tomorrow, a scattering of showers and storms. Now, will it rain constantly? No. Could there be a severe storm or two? It's a possibility, not a certainty. Can I get outside as we go into this weekend? Yeah, but I want you to keep an eye on that radar, that First Alert radar on Action News 5's First Alert weather app. Again, I don't believe that it's going to rain constantly the next couple of days. That's why I'm keeping some sunshine in the forecast, and there will be some sunshine in play as we head through Friday and Saturday, Father's Day as well. An afternoon chance for storms that will linger into Monday morning. Temperatures in the mid-80s on Monday, back to near 90 degrees Tuesday and Wednesday. Notice Juneteenth, we may have a better chance for some rain and storms coming into the fold. And beyond that, first day of summer, first full day of summer being next Saturday. Mixture of clouds and sunshine, highs in the low 90s, but will likely operate closer to 105. So get ready, my friends. The heat is on as we head towards summer.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, we got a treat for you because later next month, June 13th, you are going to be able to see Jefferson Starship at the Bank Plus Amphitheater in Snowden Grove in South Haven, Mississippi. They're going to be playing some classic hits and some modern music as well. It is an incredible band that has really gone through several iterations over the last 50 years. In fact, I am joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Kathy Richardson. I understand you're the main lead singer. Is that right, Kathy? Good morning.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I've been in the band, excuse me, since 2008. So it's been 17 years, and it's actually insane because never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that I would be in Jefferson Starship. But it's a great place to be.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, like, tell me about that. So you take the stage with a band that has so much history over decades, 50 years, all these different songs, and yet you've been there for a decent amount of time, but not the 50 years. I mean, what's it like trying to fill some shoes there and yet still give everything you've got to the crowd and everything that they want as well?
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. Grace Slick is one of the queens of rock and roll, along with Janis Joplin, who I also insanely portrayed in a play called Love, Janis. And then I was asked to sing with Big Brother and the Holding Company, Janis's original band. And we were on tour with Jefferson Starship. And that's where I met them. And it turned out shortly after that, they needed a singer. And they asked me to join. And it was really, really a surreal experience because they're absolutely one of my favorite bands. I love, the whole legacy, starting with Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship, and Starship. Grace Slick is, of course, one of my heroes. And obviously, I'm not her, and people like to remind me of that all the time. I'm well aware. But, my whole thing is just give it everything you've got. And that's what I learned from my mentors, my heroes. And that's what we try to do every night.
I got it. So we're looking at some video here of Jefferson Starship and
the windmill cowbell. That's one of my signature moves.
Okay, so tell me about this tour so far. What's it like?
It's great. We just got done with 2 weeks playing kind of small theaters on the East Coast. We were in South Carolina, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and it's a lot of fun. We have so much music in the history, and we try to touch on all of it and keep, make the fans happy, play the songs they want to hear. And that, of course, that's different for everyone, but there are so many hits. We could fill a whole show with just hits.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm a classic rock guy, so I know Jefferson Airplane and White Rabbit and Somebody to Love, and then you got Starship and Jefferson Starship with all the different songs there.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a lot there. There's a lot of catalog that you could play. But you mentioned, being on stage there and having to fill these shoes of Grace Slick and some of the other former iterations of Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship. What do you tell people that say that you just mentioned? Oh, you're not Grace Slick. I mean, what do you say to that?
I say, I know we're two totally different people, and we have different bodies and faces and souls and everything and names. I know I'm not her, and I get that she's an icon and people want to see her, but she's 85. She doesn't tour anymore. She's sitting at home painting, and she's quite happy doing that. And she's very supportive also of me in doing this role. And, it's hard for me to be like, well, Grace Slick loves me, so you should too, but
right.
She does. And she's just extraordinarily supportive. She wants the music to live on forever. And bringing in new members is the way that continues to happen. So even though I'm not new anymore, and I think our newest member has been in the band 12 or 13 years at this point, Jude Gold, the guitar player. Chris Smith, not original, but has been in the band 25 years. Donnie Baldwin, also not original drummer, but he was in the historical band. He played on the Nuclear Furniture album, and then went on to play on all the great hits of Starship. We Built This City, Nothing's Gonna Stop Us, Sarah. And then, of course, we have David Freiberg, who is original Jefferson Starship, not original Airplane, but he was in the Airplane. So, I think the whole thing with the changes over the years, Marty Ballin left and Grace Slick left at the same time, and they brought in Mickey Thomas. And it was kind of like onward. That was Paul Kantner's motto. Next, who's next? We're just going to get the next best person we have to do this job. And that's, and I think, it's cool because new members coming in, we don't try to sound exactly like the record. That's not what we do. We're not like a tribute band. We're not trying to look and sound exactly like the original band, but just really allowing the music to evolve, which it would no matter who was playing it. And even if the original members were all still alive and still here, it wouldn't sound the same as it did in the 60s and 70s. So, I think you just have to be on board with change being a fact of life. And but the one thing that remains constant with this band is the music and the songs. And a great song is a great song no matter what. And we have such a rich catalog, like you said.
Yeah, no question about it. So you got the show coming up in South Haven, June 13th. What can fans expect?
Well, they can expect us to play all the great hits of Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship, and Starship, and see it delivered in a really tight, powerful way with some original historical members and others of us who have been here for a really long time, and just a good time.
Awesome. I love it. I love it. Anything else before we let you go? It sounds like a great show on the way.
Thank you. Yeah, well, love to see everybody out there. And if you want to find out more about us, go to jeffersonstarship.com. We're also on all the socials, Facebook, TikTok, all the things. So come find out more. And if you want to celebrate this great music with us, come on out to the show.
All right, Kathy Richardson, the lead singer of Jefferson Starship. We appreciate your time on the digital desk and look forward to your tour stop here in South Haven, June 13th. We appreciate your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Let's check in with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office because they have a huge hiring event that they're working on right now. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk right now by our friend Alexis Alamine. She is with the Sheriff's Office and is actually a deputy with corrections. Alexis, tell us about this hiring that's happening this summer and what the Sheriff's Office is looking for exactly. Good morning.
Good morning. We're currently hiring for a corrections deputy. You can start your career right after high school. You have to be 18 years of age, high school diploma, and a valid driver's license. The process is a 12-week process. It's also a paid training. We are currently offering a $5,000 sign-on and retention bonus.
Okay, and so give me an idea of is this a push to have more correctional officers because of a larger grand plan? Is there always been a deficit? Tell me why, because 330, it seems like a lot right now, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is. We're currently pushing 300 plus corrections deputy in our facility due to the staff shortage that we currently have going on at the moment.
Okay, so let's reiterate a little bit of what you were saying just a minute ago, Alexis. You were saying starting pay would be above $48,000, top pay reaching out of over $62,000 after 5 years, and then there's a $5,000 signing bonus. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and talk to me about residency requirements, and is there a physical? I mean, what else is involved?
Okay, currently for this position, there is no residency requirement, and we're also the physical agility test is not required as well.
Okay, and so so what do people need to do? Is there a certain job fair? Do they need to apply online? How's the process work?
We currently have a website. It's www.scsocareers.com. If they're interested in the position, they're going to go on there and apply for the open position.
Okay, so there's not necessarily a job fair or a place where people can meet in person and you guys do interviews on the spot, is there not?
No, sir, not at the moment.
Okay, tell me about college incentives, training opportunities, that sort of thing. I understand that's part of the package too, right?
For college incentive, it is a 7.5% pay, and we also you can have a bachelor's degree or master's degree, and you will get paid for that. The training, it is a 12-pay week, Monday through Friday from 8 to 4:30, and that's about it.
Okay, and you know, a lot of people might be intimidated with the idea of being a corrections deputy, a corrections officer. Tell me a little bit about your job, how long you've done it, what's it like? Give me a day-to-day.
Okay, I've been with corrections for 8.5 years now. No day will never be the same. I actually enjoy what I do because I enjoy helping others. The different things that you see throughout the facilities. You have your good days, you have your bad days, but your good outweigh the bad. It's just another day.
Okay, all right. Well, give us that website one more time so if someone's interested, they can go and apply.
The website is www.scsocareers.com.
Okay, Alexis Alameen, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you, and best of luck to the Sheriff's Office on hiring more than 330 corrections officers this summer. We appreciate your time.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Friday morning. Friday the 13th, but of course the weather is going to be pretty quiet as we head through parts of your day, but other parts of the day may be a little bit more active. So far this morning, we've had some activity rolling through the area. That shower and thunderstorm activity has started to taper off a little bit, but we'll still see some scattered downpours from time to time as we go through the course of the day as temperatures warm up into the middle 80s. Of course, the humidity level is going to feel a little bit more stifling across the region. The reasoning why, an area of low pressure that's working its way across the Ozarks here, northwestern portions of Arkansas and southwestern portions of Missouri. Flow pattern coming in with moisture off the Gulf and also coming off the Pacific. And there's some drier air trying to come in from Canada and training into this. That will actually help to dry us out. So we'll have some pockets of rain as we head through the course of the afternoon and evening hours. and some sunshine mixing in from time to time as well. Guess what? That's going to be a common sight because as the low barely makes its way into western Kentucky by Saturday, we're still going to be looking at the potential for some scattered showers and storms. The low moves farther to the east up the Ohio River Valley as we head into Sunday. And there's a little bit of a disturbance back out here towards the west into southern portions of Missouri that could help to facilitate in the flow pattern, again coming from northwest to south and east, that could facilitate a late day chance of storms coming back into the fold. Let's time it out with our first alert futurecast, and you'll notice as we go through the course of the day today, again, some of you tangling with rain and storms this morning. A few of you will see it later on this morning into the afternoon hours across West Tennessee and North Mississippi. Interspersed here as some drier air is trying to pull into the system, you're going to start to see some sunshine breaks and some downpours mixing in from time to time. But it won't be for everybody. I think the coverage of rain does go down as we head through the afternoon, early evening hours. Pick it back up again as we head towards the late afternoon, early evening as another wave moves across the area. A little tendril of energy hanging out across portions of east central Arkansas and North Mississippi. That will pivot around the area of low pressure, which will be pivoting around the western portions of Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Illinois as we head into your Saturday afternoon. Will it be a washout? Again, I say this constantly. No, it will not. But some of you will tangle with some downpours. Where the downpours are active, they could be quite heavy, locally strong, not completely off of the table. Notice the coverage of rain and storms go down as we head towards your Saturday afternoon. And I think a lot of Sunday for Father's Day looks to be generally pretty dry. The afternoon, some scattered downpours developing. Not everybody seeing those downpours as temperatures warm up into the upper 80s through the afternoon. And there you go with that cluster of storms. Remember, I told you about that little disturbance in southern Missouri. Well, that disturbance will start shooting down in our direction as we head towards Sunday evening into early Monday. Of course, as we head towards the final days of the spring season, heading into the beginning of summer, above average rainfall looks to take us through that time frame, but also during that time frame, some changes in our temperatures as well. Now, as far as Monday's concerned, we'll have some storms still lingering across the area, at least early in the day. I think we have another batch of scattered downpours to redevelop as we head through parts of your day on Monday. Tuesday, also a chance for a couple of widely spaced showers and thunderstorms, temperatures in the upper 80s near 90. Same thing on Wednesday. I think Wednesday itself looks to be generally drier, but look to the west. There's a boundary that will drop southward that will bring us another wave of rain and storms taking us into Thursday afternoon. Could be a wetter situation as well. When I say that there's some changes in the temperature department, it's on the upward swing, it seems like, as we head towards the end of next week, and that will help to push our temperatures up a couple of extra notches, and feels like numbers will also follow suit. Feels like numbers around 100 degrees as we head towards the middle and latter portion of next week here across the Mid-South. Here's a look at our extended forecast. We're going for high temperatures in the mid-80s today, tomorrow, a scattering of showers and storms. Now, will it rain constantly? No. Could there be a severe storm or two? It's a possibility, not a certainty. Can I get outside as we go into this weekend? Yeah, but I want you to keep an eye on that radar, that First Alert radar on Action News 5's First Alert Weather app. Again, I don't believe that it's going to rain constantly the next couple of days. That's why I'm keeping some sunshine in the forecast, and there will be some sunshine in play as we head through Friday and Saturday, Father's Day as well. An afternoon chance for storms that will linger into Monday morning. Temperatures in the mid-80s on Monday, back to near 90 degrees Tuesday and Wednesday. Notice Juneteenth, we may have a better chance for some rain and storms coming into the fold. And beyond that, first day of summer, first full day of summer being next Saturday. Mixture of clouds and sunshine, highs in the low 90s, but will likely operate closer to 105. So get ready, my friends. The heat is on as we head towards summer.
Morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are always trying to have optimal health, especially this summer where we're trying to get in shape. We're trying to be optimally healthy, both mentally and physically, nutrition-wise. And one of the things that we all have to keep in mind is that your oral health, your mouth health has to be optimal as well if you want to lead a healthy life. And joining me right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Dr. Kevin Reed, a family dentist, to talk a little bit more about the importance of oral health. And Kevin, good morning to you. Let's talk a little bit about why the health of your mouth is so important to your overall health. Good morning.
Yes, Andrew, thank you. Listen, we all know about how important it is to have our teeth, right? We love our smiles. But what they've come up with in the last 10 to 15 years is the link between your teeth, your gums, and the blood supply that's going to your oral cavities and the rest of your body. And what we know, what they've proven, is that periodontal disease, which is over 70% of America after, of the world really, after 40 has periodontal disease. We know periodontal disease is a causal agent, a causal factor of some pretty serious systemic problems, such as heart disease, diabetes, stroke, the potential for strokes, Alzheimer's even, and preterm labor. That's just to name a few.
Yeah, there's no question that that kind of situation where you do not take care of your mouth and your body overall suffers. There's no question about it. So let's talk about some fundamental ways, Kevin, because we have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning on the digital desk. I know that your family practice has been in business now for 75 years. So where can people start to really kind of take care of their health orally when it comes to not only seeing a dentist, of course, but in between those dentist visits?
Well, so we don't just blow by that, though. Obviously, quote, seeing the dentist, but coming to a dentist where you get a comprehensive exam, where they are checking the amount of bleeding in your mouth, they're checking for your cavities. That is, and you're getting professional help from the hygienist and the dentist. That is like the number one step. And then they're going to help you tailor your home care, which is going to be brushing. Nowadays, there's some excellent electric brushes. Oral-B makes one, Sonicare makes one. They're fantastic. In addition to the manual brushing, which is when you brush your teeth, what we want you to know is think that you're brushing your gums. If you brush your gums, your teeth will get cleaned. And that is the most important factor in your mouth is the gums, the periodontal, which is gums. And then, of course, obviously people know about flossing. The electric brushes help with that for those that slack a little bit on flossing, but we recommend flossing. And the third adjunct that we recommend is a water pick. And then the amount of times that you come back to the dentist is really important, and that would be your maintenance care. Some people it's 3 months, some people it's 4 months. A healthy periodontal situation would be 6 months.
Let's talk about certain foods that you see in your practice that get people in trouble when it comes to their mouth, the oral care, that sort of thing.
Well, here is a very simple rule that we preach every day in our practice and have for 30 years. They've done studies about the amount of sugar that is retained in your saliva. And so let's be clear about one essential rule, and that is cavities can only start by sugar. So every time I have something with sugar, a lot of times it's liquid. It could be my coffee. It could be the morning Coke. That's not a problem if you have it in 30 minutes. The problem is every time you sip a drink that has sugar or eat a food that has sugar or a food that is a carbohydrate that can turn to sugar, every time you do that, your saliva retains enough sugar for 30 minutes to cause decay. So then when you put on top of that whatever your genetic makeup is, if you happen to have hard teeth, that may not be as big a factor. But if you've got softer teeth, that's a huge factor. So sugar is the number one element. We call it the 30-minute rule. Just remember, every time you have sugar in any form, It's a 30-minute rule. It's going to be in there for 30 minutes. So if you do that all day, you're bathing your teeth. And that is really the number one thing is sugar. Now, I tell our patients, don't worry about your meals. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, have sugar. It's not a problem. Because what do we know? Even if you don't brush, now if you went and brushed, it would be gone, right? But if you don't brush right after the meal, we know it's going to be gone in 30 minutes. So the number one way to take care of your teeth is regular visits, but eliminate sugar between meals. You can use fake sugar. I'm not going to speak to whether or not fake sugar causes other problems. That's beyond my expertise. But fake sugar does not cause decay.
Yeah, no, that's good advice. Sugar causing cavities, that's huge, Kevin. Thank you. What about oral cancer, and how prevalent is it? Ways to prevent it, that sort of thing.
Again, we go back to the same theme. That is one of the most important things we're going to do in your checkups. Your initial checkup, your follow-up maintenance checkups, we're going to be checking, and the best way to check for oral cancer is visually. And we do palpate and we look at the tongue and different areas that you can't see, but visually is the number one way. There are other devices out there that can shine a light, that can show areas of concern. Certainly if we see an area of concern, we send you to an oral surgeon and they do biopsies. You want to eliminate things that potentially cause cancer. And let's talk about such as smokeless tobacco, such as regular smoking, cigars, cigarettes, that sort of thing. Let's go to the prevalence of oral cancer. It is on the rise. It has become a very significant health risk. I've been doing this 43 years. I know. I only look like I've been doing it 35, but I've been doing this 43 years, and the amount of cancer that we saw 40 years ago was nothing compared to the amount that we see now and send into people. Roughly 60,000 new cases in the United States occur every year. That's a lot. So oral cancer, big, big concern.
Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Kevin?
You know, I think it gets back to regular care. I think the biggest mistakes are the perception that if I, as an individual, look in my mouth and I don't see anything and I don't feel anything, that everything must be okay. Unfortunately, by the time we see or feel, it's probably gotten to a point that now we're in more serious problems such as root canals, crowns, or extractions. So I think they get in the mistake of not doing the daily maintenance and not doing the however much you need to do during the year, 1, 2, 3, or 4 visits with a dentist. I think that's the biggest mistake. And too much sugar. People don't understand about sugar. You know, again, I go back to that. People would say, well, Doc, I only have 1 Coke a day. I go, that's fine. How long does it take you to drink your Coke? Well, I keep it on my desk and I have it all day long. So it's not quantity, it's frequency. And so I think sugar, I think lack of daily care, I think lack of regular maintenance visits with your dentist. That's the 3 big areas.
That's great. I appreciate that. 3 big bullet points right there. Anything else before we let you go, Kevin? This has been very informative for our viewers.
Well, I would just encourage you to find a dentist, Google them. We've got a fun documentary you can see about our practice, but there's 8,000 dentists in Shelby County, and they're great. And so find a dentist, find a dental home that fits you. Maybe it fits your insurance, whatever it needs to be for you to be able to use that plan. And let's go there. Let's let them guide you in your personal home care. And I think that's where you go. I think that's what you do.
All right. I appreciate it. Dr. Kevin Reed with Reed
one more
Family
thing.
Dentistry.
One more.
Yeah.
One more thing, Andrew.
Okay.
I did forget. And I don't know where I stand on this, but I want to bring it up. One of the things that's in the news right now is taking out fluoride from the water. And I didn't mention fluoride. I should be a dentist. I should say absolutely don't do that. What I'm going to tell you is after 18 to 20 years of age, fluoride in the water does nothing for your teeth. It does nothing for mature enamel. It's for children, okay? So there could be some argument. Maybe there's some scientific evidence that we didn't used to have, and maybe there's some reason why that could sometimes happen in communities. But What is there, what we've been using for 20 years, is we put fluoride on your teeth now, even as adults, and it's 22,000 parts per million, and it actually incorporates and strengthens the enamel. We didn't used to have that until about 15 or 20 years ago. So we do treat adult teeth with fluoride, and that's very important for hardening the teeth. In the water, great, very important for children. In the toothpaste, it's really insignificant. 80 to 100 parts per million does nothing really in the toothpaste. So that's important, fluoride.
Okay, all right. Well, you got that in there, Dr. Kevin Reed. We appreciate your time. Thanks
you.
for explaining how important oral care is to our overall health, where people make mistakes, what people can do, just simple, easy steps to live a optimal, healthy life. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Certainly a great Okay, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. You know, there are so many great Memphians doing some amazing things each and every day. And some are local, some are regional, but then there are a few that are doing amazing work nationally and internationally. And I want to tell you about Shaw Jones. He is a native Memphian, and he is someone that is on TV, he's in movies, and he recently made his off-Broadway debut. He's in TV, he was on NCIS, he was on Criminal Minds, Star Trek Picard, in movies 5th of November, Proximity, The Forever Purge. Recently made his off-Broadway debut in an original play. It's called Wounded, and he has a recurring role on Jimmy Kimmel as well. Maybe you've seen him. Either way, it's just great to see a native Memphian doing great things, and I'm joined on the Digital Desk by Shaw Jones right now. So Shaw, let's first talk. It's great to meet you online, by the way, and tell us first off about your Memphis roots and how that propelled you to an incredible, successful career on the stage. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's so good to be here. I think coming from Memphis gave me a set of values that has really helped me in my career.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I just think that, like, luckily I went to a school in Memphis that gave me the right amount of work ethic, because it takes a lot of work to sustain a career in the arts, I think. Yeah, I think the support I got from my family and friends and everybody in Memphis has really helped me stay on the path.
Fantastic. So, you know, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on our digital channel, the Digital Desk. I'm sure there might be some folks that say, hey, I remember Shaw back in the day. Right. So tell me where you went to high school. What did you do? Did you hang out in certain spots? Take me there.
Yeah, I tell you, I went to MUS, Memphis University School for Boys, and I didn't actually do any theater there. I started my theater career sort of in college and after. But I tell you, I think that, going to MUS in my formative years helped me a lot. It helped me to work on focusing on subjects. I think going to an all-boys school was a big deal for me. I certainly played sports, but I think one of the things that helped me the most was while I was in high school, I started boxing. And that really, really helped me in my acting career. I often say that before I step into a room in for an audition, where I have prepared, but I don't know exactly what I'm going into, is a lot like stepping into a boxing ring, where I've prepared, but I don't know actually what I'm going into until I step into the room, and I have to overcome fears and mental blocks and sort of go into the ring against an opponent and do battle and come out victorious on the other side, I hope, when I walk into casting rooms.
Wow, okay, boxing at MUS. Never knew that. Wow, fantastic. So you have this long career. You've done TV, you've done movies, you have a reoccurring role on Jimmy Kimmel Live. Now you've made this off-Broadway debut. Tell me about how different that is compared to everything else. And was there something in your past, you've been doing this for a long time, that really it's something that you look at as very instrumental in your success?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that, like, I've done a lot of film and TV, but especially doing stage in New York. The great thing about stage is it is completely live. Obviously, there's no cuts. Let's do this take again. So it takes an extreme amount of focus, which I find exhilarating. There's no safety nets. Especially in the play I was doing, it was just a 2-person play. So, it's really, you depend on your partner to help you if you get lost. But what I love is of acting for the most part is you'll hear a lot, is about being in the moment, right? Feeling things and emotions in the moment so that they're real. And that's exactly what I have to do in this play. And if I just stay present in the play, everything comes out of me. So it's just an amazing thing for an actor.
I bet. I mean, you explained it very well, talking about how, you don't get 2, 3, or 4 takes on something. You got to do it right then and there, and that's it. Yeah. And you gotta ad lib or live if you don't remember something just right. I mean, it's something that I would think the true actor in everyone really comes out on stage like that. Tell me about some of those things that you look back on in your career and you think, man, I'm really proud of that. Do you have several of those moments?
Yeah, one of them really is this play. I mean, I'm really proud of the work we did in New York. It's sort of a culmination of everything I've worked on up to that moment. Everything that you go through in life, the ups and the downs, and a lot of people don't think about the downs. It's the downs that really gives you depth to your work, and to focus on those and to realize, where that took you. And certainly the character in Wounded, he starts on a very positive path in life and goes to a prestigious school. He goes to Baylor. He has everything in front of him. He's kind of like a golden child. And through his, decisions and actions, he goes down a darker path in life, which leads to addiction and ultimately jail. And the play starts with him coming out of that and where he's at in his life. And so, I used a lot of darker moments in my life. As an artist, you have to learn to paint with the bright colors of your life and the dark colors. And I think that's what gives a character and a role depth and makes it interesting, certainly for me as an actor.
No question about it. So when you talk to aspiring actors, whether they're from Memphis or elsewhere, what do you tell them to inspire them and to make sure they're starting their journey on the right path?
Yeah, well, what I would tell someone, in which I sort of wish someone would have told me, is to ultimately be you. For so many years as a young actor, I tried to interpret what I thought people wanted from me in an audition, in a role. I would think to myself, okay, when I walk in that room, how do they want me to play that line? How should I say that line that I think they're going to like? And then when I realized that I needed do that line. I need to say that line as Shaw would say it. If I would filter it through Shaw's life, that line, that sentence, when I filter it through my life and my experiences, how it comes out, that's the way I need to do it. And when I started doing that is when I really started working a lot more as an actor. So I would tell any young actor to be you and to say it how you would say it, to interpret it. I get a lot of auditions sometimes where they want me to do a couple different takes. And, sometimes I just send in one take. I send in, this is how I interpret the role. This is how I interpret the character. This is how I'm going to do it. And if you like it, great. If not, maybe I'm not the guy. But if you hire me, this is what you're getting.
When you come back home to Memphis, are there places you have to go, or places you'd like to see?
I tell you, I have to see family because I just find it. I need that in my life, and I certainly do all the haunts. I definitely have to go. It sounds cheesy, but I've got to go to Corky's and Rendezvous because my kids make me take them there, and they like to gorge themselves. And then, I need to go down to the river. I spent a lot of time down there. I found a place I would go sit and just kind of be with myself when I started early on in boxing and sort of ground myself. And I go there sort of as always a thing, just to remind myself of where I came from.
Awesome, Shaw. Well, listen, it's great to talk to you. Great to meet you. And
yeah, thank you.
Easy about wanting Memphis barbecue every time you come into town.
It's ridiculous, but it's true.
It's so good, isn't it?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Well, listen, congratulations on such an accomplished career. We are very proud of you here.
Thank you.
We're proud of any native Memphian that does so well. Anything, I'll leave you the last word. Anything else you'd like to say to our Mid-South crowd tuning in?
I tell you, I hope to be back there soon. I'm working on writing a film right now about some younger, my younger memories of when I was boxing. Particularly, my boxing coach got me a fight at a maximum security prison when I was 14. And so I'm writing a film on that, and I hope to come back and shoot it.
Wow, that's awesome. I love it. That's what they call a tease in the industry, right?
Yes.
All right, Shaw. Well, listen, thanks for coming on the Digital Desk. Congratulations once again.
You bet.
We appreciate it. Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you this. This is the latest copy of La Prensa Latina on newsstands right now. Of course, you can read more about it on laprensalatina.com. And this is just further in-depth detail from this article about some of the various protests and what is happening in Los Angeles there on the national stage and the impacts of some of these raids here across the country. Let's bring in our friend at La Prensa Latina, the CEO, Jairo Aguirre, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Jairo, what's going on with you, man? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Yeah, things have gotten a little crazy with these raids recently, but that's I know we've been covering a lot. I know you guys have as well, and just again trying to trying to make sense of things with this policy. I know that, I mean, it's, as they say, it is what it is as far as immigration policy, but I think that the immigration community just is the immigrants are just about it's about the injustice, how you're being treated, I guess, during this whole process. The other thing that I've seen too, Andrew, is the waving of the like Mexican flag and such, right? That's been such a huge controversy, and of course the violent riots. And totally agree with just like Martin Luther King. I mean, we're here in Memphis, and we were, if you look back when Martin Luther King was doing peaceful protest, I still think that we ought to emulate what he wanted for everybody when it comes down to protesting. The I was having this conversation, I think, with my wife, and it's like, disagreements with the Mexican flag, and as far as like, because we're here in the United States, but at the same time, there's me being an immigrant, coming from Mexico, of course, loving the United States, and when you see this, the flags wave, and there's something about you being just represented as being from that country, right? Or just being that foreigner. And it's like, I would almost say, like, if like an American here was just first generation from Italy, or just like if somebody from Ireland comes in and just waves the Irish flag. I mean, Conor McGregor, super proud Irish person, he wouldn't have a problem waving the Irish flag at the UFC, and it's just a thing where it's culturally just what you who you're from, and I was just trying to make sense of that as far as the waving flags. But of course, this topic goes further more with policy when it comes down to immigration, the 300 arrests in just like a couple of days, the injustice, how people are being mistreated. And of course, not only that, but just we needed a change. We need a change when it comes down to government policy, when it comes to being able to stay here, to work and to be with our families, of course, and that's going to take some time. That's going to take some other measures as well.
I appreciate your take, Jairo. It's interesting to hear you talk about these things. It's something where it feels like everybody is weighing in on this topic, and of course, it's always great to hear from people here in Memphis and the Mid-South, and you being a first generation immigrant. Always appreciate your opinion on these kinds of topics, and certainly want to make sure that people know that you can read much more about this on the newsstands here of La Prensa Latina, and of course you can also go to laprensa-latina.com, and of course all their media pages. In addition to that, in addition to going to their website, I want to pull up something else, Jairo, you can tell me a little bit about on a much different topic, is this article about Live at the Garden that's really kind of heating up this year, isn't it?
Yeah, so just switching gears a little bit, and on a happier note, of course, Live at the Garden with at the Memphis Botanic Garden for sure. I don't know if you're from the '90s, but I remember listening to Third Eye Blind. So that's a band that Miguel was telling me. He's like, "Oh, they're coming in." And I was like, "Oh, that's something to see." Of course, if you're a ZZ Top fan, you're gonna be able to see them as well. You got ZZ Top, Steve Miller Band, Parker McCollum, Darius Rucker, and it's from June to September. So there's plenty of time to kind of go and enjoy. So hopefully we get a lot of the weather from the June. August, of course, that July weather is super hot, but it's such a vibe to be outside too. And then of course in September.
Yeah, and it's such a great venue, Jairo. I mean, it's so great to see those bands out there outside, especially when it's great weather. You can set up on the lawn there. You can bring your food, your drink, what have you. Have a couple of friends as well. Right. Always a great time for sure. I'm with you on that. Always a good time, nonetheless.
That's right. Yeah, so you can buy the tickets. You can go to laprensa-latina.com, check out our editorial content. You can also go to, I think it's Memphis Botanic Garden website, and buy the tickets there. But yeah, quick Google search, you'll be able to get those tickets. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the third article here featured that we're featuring on the digital desk is about the 2025 World Cup or Club World Cup. Tell me exactly what that's all about.
So it's the best of like the different leagues. So like from the French league, so you have the PSG. Like here in the United States, you have the MLS, and so the best teams from the MLS are going to be out there. Of course, you have Miami with Messi. You have Mbappe, a great French player. In Mexico, we have Pachuca and Monterrey. They're going to be joining, and so you have a compilation of the best teams from the best clubs all around the world competing to win this cup. So it's and it's I don't want to say it's like the World Cup for sure, but it's very, very interesting to watch this. There's going to be a lot of soccer fans that are going to be watching their favorite player, Holland, like I said, Mbappe. A lot of people from Mexico watching, Pachuca, Monterrey. And of course, those Messi fans are going to be able to see Messi with Miami.
Fantastic. So this starts, I believe it starts, what does it start, today, tomorrow?
Yeah, June 14th. Yeah, so it starts June 14th all the way to July
13th. So June
July
14th, that's tomorrow. Yeah. Today's June 13th.
Yeah. So it starts tomorrow, so you're able to see it. And of course, I'm pretty sure we're going to be talking about probably the winner of this when it comes down in July. So I look forward to seeing it. Look forward to seeing these matches. And but yeah, so super excited. Soccer always kind of gets me excited too.
Absolutely, and anytime the World Cup's involved, it is a big deal, no question about it. Jairo, I appreciate that. Once again, I want to let everybody know the newsstand's on display right there. You can see the cover. It is anywhere you pick up La Prensa Latina. You can also go to laprensalatina.com. Anything else before we let you go, Jairo?
No, I just want to thank you for the time, the opportunity again, and like every Friday that come in here. For those that are watching that are, that want to find out how to help and stuff with this whole immigration thing, and just keep watching La Prensa Latina. I know we have a lot of information, or those people that are immigrants here that want to know more information. We try to spread as much information here at La Prensa Latina through our social media, through our website. You can always give us a call too. But yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, absolutely. Jairo joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk as he always does. We appreciate your time. Have a great weekend, Jairo.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Another live look from our high five camera. As you can see out there, the rain, it appears to have stopped, but we're going to be expecting showers kind of off and on throughout much of the weekend. Patrick has your details in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Friday morning. Friday the 13th, but of course the weather is going to be pretty quiet as we head through parts of your day, but other parts of the day may be a little bit more active. So far this morning, we've had some activity rolling through the area. That shower and thunderstorm activity has started to taper off a little bit, but we'll still see some scattered downpours from time to time as we go through the course of the day, as temperatures warm up into the middle 80s. Of course, the humidity level is going to feel a little bit more stifling across the region. The reasoning why, an area of low pressure that's working its way across the Ozarks here, northwest western portions of Arkansas and southwestern portions of Missouri. Flow pattern coming in with moisture off the Gulf and also coming off the Pacific. And there's some drier air trying to come in from Canada and training into this. That will actually help to dry us out. So we'll have some pockets of rain as we head through the course of the afternoon and evening hours, and some sunshine mixing in from time to time as well. Guess what? That's going to be a common sight because as the low barely makes its way into western Kentucky by Saturday, we're still going to be looking at the potential for some scattered showers and storms. The low moves farther to the east up the Ohio River Valley as we head into Sunday. And there's a little bit of a disturbance back out here towards the west into southern portions of Missouri that could help to facilitate in the flow pattern, again coming from northwest to south and east, that could facilitate a late day chance of storms coming back into the fold. Let's time it out with our first alert futurecast, and you'll notice as we go through the course of the day today, again, some of you tangling with rain and storms this morning. A few of you will see it later on this morning into the afternoon hours across West Tennessee and North Mississippi. Interspersed here as some drier air is trying to pull into the system, you're going to start to see some sunshine breaks and some downpours mixing in from time to time. But it won't be for everybody. I think the coverage of rain does go down as we head through the afternoon, early evening hours. Pick it back up again as we head towards the late afternoon, early evening as another wave moves across the area. A little tendril of energy hanging out across portions of east central Arkansas and North Mississippi. That will pivot around the area of low pressure, which will be pivoting around the western portions of Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Illinois as we head into your Saturday afternoon. Will it be a washout? Again, I say this constantly. No, it will not. But some of you will tangle with some downpours. Where the downpours are active, they could be quite heavy, locally strong, not completely off of the table. Notice the coverage of rain and storms go down as we head towards your Saturday afternoon. And I think a lot of Sunday for Father's Day looks to be generally pretty dry. The afternoon, some scattered downpours developing. Not everybody seeing those downpours as temperatures warm up into the upper 80s through the afternoon. And there you go with that cluster of storms. Remember, I told you about that little disturbance in southern Missouri. Well, that disturbance will start shooting down in our direction as we head towards Sunday evening into early Monday. Of course, as we head towards the final days of the spring season, heading into the beginning of summer, above average rainfall looks to take us through that time frame, but also during that time frame, some changes in our temperatures as well. Now, as far as Monday's concerned, we'll have some storms still lingering across the area, at least early in the day. I think we have another batch of scattered downpours to redevelop as we head through parts of your day on Monday. Tuesday, also a chance for a couple of widely spaced showers and thunderstorms, temperatures in the upper 80s near 90. Same thing on Wednesday. I think Wednesday itself looks to be generally drier, but look to the west. There's a boundary that will drop southward that will bring us another wave of rain and storms taking us into Thursday afternoon. Could be a wetter situation as well. When I say that there's some changes in the temperature department, it's on the upward swing, it seems like, as we head towards the end of next week, and that will help to push our temperatures up a couple of extra notches, and feels like numbers will also follow suit. Feels like numbers around 100 degrees as we head towards the middle and latter portion of next week here across the Mid-South. Here's a look at our extended forecast. We're going for high temperatures in the mid-80s today, tomorrow, a scattering of showers and storms. Now, will it rain constantly? No. Could there be a severe storm or two? It's a possibility, not a certainty. Can I get outside as we go into this weekend? Yeah, but I want you to keep an eye on that radar, that First Alert radar on Action News 5's First Alert Weather app. Again, I don't believe that it's going to rain constantly the next couple of days. That's why I'm keeping some sunshine in the forecast, and there will be some sunshine in play as we head through Friday and Saturday, Father's Day as well. An afternoon chance for storms that will linger into Monday morning. Temperatures in the mid-80s on Monday, back to near 90 degrees Tuesday and Wednesday. Notice Juneteenth, we may have a better chance for some rain and storms coming into the fold. And beyond that, first day of summer, first full day of summer being next Saturday. Mixture of clouds and sunshine, highs in the low 90s, but will likely operate closer to 105. So get ready, my friends. The heat is on as we head towards summer.
Well, hello there. It's me, Dolly. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Coming up in just a minute, you're going to hear from one of my people who's going to tell you all about all the fun things happening here at Dollywood to celebrate our 40th anniversary season this year. You don't want to miss it. Now stay right here, and we'll be right back.
And we are back here in the Action News 5 digital desk talking about the 40th anniversary of Dollywood. Yeah, it's been around 40 years. It's going to be a spectacular summer for anyone that goes to Dollywood as they celebrate 40 years. This was something that started as a roadside attraction just on the side of the road, it seemed like, in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, East Tennessee, and is now turned into the #1 theme park in America. This is according to TripAdvisor reviews. And joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk, I am joined by Pete Owens. He is Vice President of Marketing and PR at Dollywood. And Pete, I see that you're out and about among some of the crowds there. Good morning to you. Tell me what's going on in Dollywood.
Good morning to you. It's a beautiful day here in East Tennessee. We're right on what we call Show Street, which is our front room. Right when you walk in the gate, this is the first thing that you're going to see. You see the kite sky behind me that's celebrating summer. We're getting ready to open our summer festival this summer. And as you said, it's going to be a great year for us. It is the 40th anniversary. We're celebrating all of those things that we've done in the past, but we're also trying to make new memories with families, and we've got some great new shows, including a brand new drone and fireworks show for summer that's going to do some things that folks around here and actually folks all over the region have probably never seen before, and that's drones that actually have fireworks on them and they work together. So it's going to be a pretty interesting summer.
It sounds like it, and right now, you know, our audience is looking at some video from Dollywood, just a great attraction there that so many people from our area here in the Mid-South, you know, West Tennessee, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, thousands of families here love to go to Dollywood in East Tennessee and Pigeon Forge and check things out. So when they arrive this summer, Pete, give us some details on what exactly they can expect this summer that's going to be different from years past.
Well, I mean, we're celebrating the 40th anniversary primarily with shows. We've got a brand new show called Play On that goes through the 40 years of entertainment. You said that Dollywood really started as a roadside attraction, which is true. Started with our train all the way back in 1960. But when we became Dollywood after the 1985 season of Silver Dollar City, we really started to build our brand on entertainment.
Good morning and welcome.
And obviously that makes sense for Dolly because she is a legend in the entertainment industry, and we have legendary shows. So Play On really chronicles all of that. Talked a minute ago about the summer celebration that we have with the incredible 40th anniversary drone and fireworks show, which goes part of our Sweet Summer Nights dance party that comes out in the evening as soon as it starts to get a little dusky around here. But folks can really, they can reminisce about all of the great food they've had. We're celebrating the best food for 40 years. We're celebrating the best rides over the years. And there are a lot of different little surprises and icons around that folks will remember, including a brand new sign that we've put in that is an homage to what Dolly said all the way back in 1980 when she moved to Hollywood, saw the Hollywood sign and said, that looks like Dollywood. And we have a Dollywood sign up that is the thing that we used back in 1985 to announce Dollywood. So really some fun, cool things. But any day at Dollywood's a great day. You can go to Dollywood Splash Country, our water park. Folks from West Tennessee can come up and stay in one of our resorts, but just enjoy the day here in the Great Smoky Mountains. It's the most beautiful place on the planet and a great place to come for vacation.
I love it, Pete. So if someone's watching right now, they're interested in bringing their family, what do you recommend they do?
Well, first place to go is go to Dollywood.com. And the opportunity there is you can plan your visit. You can see what value pricing we have for the summer. We have a lot of different deals going. this summer, both for the resorts and for the parks, and an opportunity for them to see what the best thing is for them. And then before they arrive, download the Dollywood app so they have the opportunity to see show schedule, the map that we have that's on the app, and any new offers we have. We also have mobile ordering on our app, so that if you're out doing something in the park, you decide you and your family want to have lunch, you can order ahead and you can get your lunch whenever you arrive. So it is, technology is new in a theme park that started with an 1880s theme, but there's a lot of trip planning tools that we have and a lot of offers we have for the summer, and that's what I would encourage folks to do first.
That sounds great. Pete Owens, Dollywood's VP of Marketing and PR. We appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, celebrating 40 years of Dollywood. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Okay, have a great summer, of course, and good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. As spring is blooming, so does allergy season. Tell me about it. It may trigger all kinds of flare-ups for millions of people, especially those living with eczema. It leads to an increase of itchiness and inflammation and a lot of discomfort out there. Joining me right now on the digital desk to talk more about this issue is Dr. John Browning. He's Chief of Dermatology at Children's Hospital of San Antonio, and Leon Toinette, who cares for a 7-year-old daughter dealing with eczema. Good morning to you both. Dr. Browning, I want to begin with you. I understand you have children that have eczema. Talk to our audience about what exactly is it and some of the biggest challenges for some of those people out there. Good morning. I do not hear you, doctor. For some reason, I don't hear anything.
Okay.
Now I hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, so as a pediatric dermatologist, as well as parent of 2 teens with eczema, they've had eczema since they were kids, I can definitely relate to the frustration of the constant itching, the red cracked skin, and the heartache of eczema. Believe it or not, there's 26 million Americans that suffer from atopic dermatitis or eczema, including 9.6 million kids, and there is a lot of frustration in not being able to find the right treatment. I know with my own kids, we had lots of sleepless nights and vacations that could be impacted because the eczema would flare. Joining with me now is Leon Toinette, and I've gotten to know her as well as her daughter Casey, who I've taken care of for many years, and she can relate to the frustration and the constant itching, dryness, cracked skin as well.
Yes.
Yeah, Leon Toinette, go ahead. Tell me about your 7-year-old daughter and how eczema has affected her.
Oh, absolutely. My daughter Casey is very vibrant. She's such a bright light. She enjoys swimming and musical theater and all the things associated with childhood. However, from birth to around age 5, her skin was dominated with redness, dryness, and constant itching. In its heightened state, her skin was so delicate that the lightest touch could cause her skin to break and bleed. Now, as parents, as you can imagine, her father and I had to be cautious about who could hold her and really manage with her. So it was difficult to explain as well as difficult to understand for friends and family. We would later find that Casey also has multiple allergies, anywhere from food to lotions to pollen, even some eczema treatments that were available for her age, as well as some of the known home remedies could trigger a reaction for her. Now, much like Dr. Browning's children, Casey struggled. And when you have that itching going on, it compromises the integrity of the skin's protective barrier. So we had to constantly monitor her. Now, I tried different things. I tried cool cloth. I tried special baths, but nothing seemed to help her. It was an endless, daunting struggle.
Okay, so Leigh Antoinette, let me ask you again. How has your daughter been able to find relief, and how do you help her kind of navigate this, not just for now, but for later in life too?
Oh, yes. Happy to answer this one. Now, after trying multiple treatments, we were introduced to the Vitamina trials by Dr. Browning and his team, which we are definitely grateful for. Since then, Casey's eczema has been a lot easier to manage. And I believe my favorite part is the quiet peacefulness of not focusing on it 24/7. But also, I didn't do this alone. I had help, and I advise everyone to get help. Talk to your doctor or dermatologist and find a treatment that works for you and your family.
Okay, and Dr. Browning, tell me more about how patients or people living with eczema can find relief, and what do you have for parents that are trying to manage eczema for their children?
Well, don't get frustrated. Eczema can be quite frustrating, but there's hope. This time of year during allergy season, we do see lots of flares, and I spent 4 years of my life in Middle Tennessee going to college, so I know about allergy season in Tennessee. But in December 2024, the FDA approved Vitamina Terpeneroff Cream 1%. It's an Organon product. That's who we're here with today. And Vitamina is the first and only steroid-free cream that's approved for adults and kids ages 2 years of age and older with eczema. It can be used anywhere on the body, including the face, the sensitive areas, and there's no time restriction with it. There's also no black box warning. Of course, it is a prescription product, so I would encourage you to talk to your doctor more about it. In the trials, it was well tolerated. There were some common adverse reactions that occurred in 1% or more patients, such as lower and upper respiratory tract infections, folliculitis, headache, asthma, vomiting, ear infection, pain in the extremity, and abdominal pain. But again, overall, it was well tolerated, and we saw 46% of our patients achieve clear or almost clear skin in 8 weeks, compared to 18% of the patients that were receiving just the cream alone without any active ingredients.
Okay, Dr. John Browning and Leigh Antoinette, we appreciate your time on the digital desk explaining for us the problem, the solutions, and how to deal with it all. Thank you.
Shelley, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. We are about 45 seconds away from you. I just wanted to say hello. You sound great. You look great. I think we're ready to rock.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Got the video, got the link that you sent me, so we may play that throughout our interview. We'll talk to you in a second.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Have you ever heard of Barth syndrome? B-A-R-T-H. It is a rare inherited metabolic disorder. It primarily affects boys and men. Only a few hundred people in the world have this syndrome, but certainly people do here in Memphis and the Mid-South. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Shelley Bowen. She is part of the Barth Syndrome Foundation, and she is here to talk a little bit more about this syndrome, this disorder that affects just a few hundred people worldwide. But I know for a fact that there are some people here in the Mid-South that have it. So, Shelley, thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. Tell me more about this disorder, this syndrome, and its origins. Good morning.
Good morning. Barr syndrome is an ultra rare condition. It affects fewer than 150 individuals in the United States. It predominantly affects males.
I was preparing myself.
It's 1 in 1 million.
My
the incidence
family.
is 1 in 1 million males. So it's very rare. We know of fewer than 500 worldwide. It's often fatal early in life, but it is a progressive and debilitating condition. And it causes heart failure, cardiomyopathy. Many of the individuals who have Barr syndrome require a heart transplant, which is yet another condition in addition to Barr syndrome. But debilitating fatigue is something that we see. So it is progressive. People don't just outgrow it. They get worse over time.
Yeah,
And my true daughter,
I'm trying to
ages 5 and 1,
mess a little
to
bit
lose
with
Jalen
our,
before he even had a
audio
real chance
levels
at
here,
life.
but you sent me
Jalen was
this,
transported to
and
Children's Nebraska.
This was
They told me things were not looking good for my.
Some of the different things of people mentioning that they have Barth syndrome. What is the biggest? What is the biggest obstacle that people have to overcome when it comes to that syndrome?
Well, again, the debilitating fatigue is an issue that we see, heart failure, infections that can be fatal. I think what we are seeing, our challenge right now is that there is no targeted therapy for Barr syndrome, which is why I really appreciate you bringing me on to the show, because the challenge is that there is a drug that is before the FDA right now for review. And after a very long and protracted journey with the FDA to try to get this across the threshold, the sponsor, Stealth Biotherapeutics, received a denial or a complete response letter, which basically outlined that the application that had been received by the FDA was not being approved. And in this video that I shared with you are families who are asking during an advisory committee, asking for the FDA to please consider approving the drug. The advisory committee made a recommendation in a 10-6 vote that the drug be approved. And 97% of the time, the FDA, especially when there's not a therapy for a condition approved, do go along with what the advisory committee recommends. We were actually shocked when we found out that the company received a complete response letter, which happened to be on the same day that we received a letter, or Barr Syndrome Foundation received a letter or response letter from a petition that we had filed 17 months earlier. And we had requested that a new drug application be filed by the FDA because previously it had not been. The company received a refusal to file letter and then we asked for a fair and equitable review of Elameprotide using the advisory committee process. So 2 of those things had passed. So we were hopeful that we were going to get a favorable review, and then found out on the very same day that we received that letter where our petition had been granted that the company received a denial from the FDA. So right now we are in full throttle push trying to get the leadership to hear us, because we don't believe that this is in keeping with Commissioner McCary and Secretary Kennedy's efforts to fast track rare and ultra rare drug approval or processes. I say approval, but the review processes. So we need more drugs for rare conditions. We don't need fewer.
Wow. Yeah, there's a lot there, Shelley, that you mentioned. Let me bring it back down to just a local level for a moment. And if you could just talk a little bit about maybe what kind of test is out there for someone to test if they have this, and then what is the treatment afterwards if someone perhaps does have this?
Well, typically what will happen is that the child will, if it shows up early in life, the child will be in heart failure. And they will, a genetic test hopefully would be run so the doctor would be able to determine the cause of the heart failure or cardiomyopathy in the child. We also see the child may come down with a septic infection or have neutropenia is a symptom of it. Neutropenia is a leading cause of death, or sepsis is a leading cause of death, because neutropenia is a condition where they have sometimes zero neutrophils, which are the body depends on to fight infection. So even a paper cut can become lethal. So those two things are pretty much what you'll see earlier in life. But they can do, the doctor can order a genetic test and determine if it's Barr syndrome. Unfortunately, right now, the only therapies that are available are therapies that you would commonly use for heart failure or to treat cardiomyopathy or neutropenia, but not a targeted therapy for Barr syndrome, which is why this drug is so important.
Okay, and so if you can, for our viewers who are just perhaps many of them learning about Barr syndrome, what would you tell them in terms of, if there's, help, if there's ways to test for it? You just mentioned it's kind of a rare kind of treatment as well, and what they can do to just really support this idea of getting a drug out to people who affected the most.
Well, I would say I would ask if the child has, if somebody or the parents should ask for genetic testing if the child has cardiomyopathy to find out the cause. I think that, people don't often think that having a diagnosis can make a difference, but it can make a difference because it's kind of like a firefighter, right? If a firefighter doesn't know what a fire is not a fire. They're not going to throw water on an oil fire or a fire that's being caused by a chemical. They need to know what they're up against in order to extinguish the fire. Well, it's the same thing with any kind of condition, and particularly with Barth. It's a very complicated condition, and people are very lonely when you have fewer than 150 people in the United States and 500 worldwide. You need a village and you need support. So we have a very strong group of families. We conduct research with the Barr Syndrome Foundation. We have conferences that we bring families together with educational programs because it's nice to just fit in. And this is what we have been told over and over again with our families. And so I would ask the doctor for genetic testing and certainly reach out to the Barr Syndrome Foundation if the child is diagnosed with a disorder. I'll pick up the phone, I promise, and I will be there for the families through thick and thin, whatever they need.
Shelley Bowen with the Barr Syndrome Foundation joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. That website, barrsyndromefoundation.org. Is that right?
That's it. It's a long one.
Yeah, it is. Well, listen, thank you for coming on the digital desk and really kind of explaining what this syndrome is, what this disorder is, how rare it is, and how there is help for people who may have it and are living with this difficult syndrome. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you. Okay, another live look from our high five camera. You can see it there. Clouds starting to dissipate in Midtown and downtown. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Friday morning. Friday the 13th, but of course the weather is going to be pretty quiet as we head through parts of your day, but other parts of the day may be a little bit more active. So far this morning, we've had some activity rolling through the area. That shower and thunderstorm activity has started to taper off a little bit, but we'll still see some scattered downpours from time to time as we go through the course of the day as temperatures warm up into the middle 80s. Of course, the humidity level is going to feel a little bit more stifling across the region. The reasoning why, an area of low pressure that's working its way across the Ozarks here, northwestern portions of Arkansas and southwestern portions of Missouri. Flow pattern coming in with moisture off the Gulf and also coming off the Pacific. And there's some drier air trying to come in from Canada and training into this. That will actually help to dry us out. So we'll have some pockets of rain as we head through the course of the afternoon and evening hours, and some sunshine mixing in from time to time as well. Guess what? That's going to be a common sight because as the low barely makes its way into western Kentucky by Saturday, we're still going to be looking at the potential for some scattered showers and storms. The low moves farther to the east up the Ohio River Valley as we head into Sunday. And there's a little bit of a disturbance back out here towards the west into southern portions of Missouri that could help to facilitate in the flow pattern, again coming from northwest to south and east, that could facilitate a late day chance of storms coming back into the fold. Let's time it out with our First Alert Futurecast, and you'll notice as we go through the course of the day today, again, some of you tangling with rain and storms this morning. A few of you will see it later on this morning into the afternoon hours across West Tennessee and North Mississippi. Interspersed here as some drier air is trying to pull into the system, you're going to start to see some sunshine breaks and some downpours mixing in from time to time. But it won't be for everybody. I think the coverage of rain does go down as we head through the afternoon, early evening hours. Pick it back up again as we head towards the late afternoon, early evening as another wave moves across the area. A little tendril of energy hanging out across portions of east central Arkansas and North Mississippi. That will pivot around the area of low pressure, which will be pivoting around the western portions of Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Illinois as we head into your Saturday afternoon. Will it be a washout? Again, I say this constantly. No, it will not. But some of you will tangle with some downpours. Where the downpours are active, they could be quite heavy, locally strong, not completely off of the table. Notice the coverage of rain and storms go down as we head towards your Saturday afternoon. And I think a lot of Sunday for Father's Day looks to be generally pretty dry. The afternoon, some scattered downpours developing. Not everybody seeing those downpours. The temperatures warm up into the upper 80s through the afternoon. And there you go with that cluster of storms. Remember, I told you about that little disturbance in southern Missouri. Well, that disturbance will start shooting down in our direction as we head towards Sunday evening into early Monday. Of course, as we head towards the final days of the spring season, heading into the beginning of summer, above average rainfall looks to take us through that time frame, but also during that time frame, some changes in our temperatures as well. Now, as far as Monday's concerned, we'll have some storms still lingering across the area, at least early in the day. I think we have another batch of scattered downpours to redevelop as we head through parts of your day on Monday. Tuesday, also a chance for a couple of widely spaced showers and thunderstorms, temperatures in the upper 80s near 90. Same thing on Wednesday. I think Wednesday itself looks to be generally drier, but look to the west. There's a boundary that will drop southward that will bring us another wave of rain and storms taking us into Thursday afternoon. Could be a wetter situation as well. When I say that there's some changes in the temperature department, it's on the upward swing, it seems like, as we head towards the end of next week, and that will help to push our temperatures up a couple of extra notches, and feels like numbers will also follow suit. Feels like numbers around 100 degrees as we head towards the middle and latter portion of next week here across the Mid-South. Here's a look at our extended forecast. We're going for high temperatures in the mid-80s today, tomorrow, a scattering of showers and storms. Now, will it rain constantly? No. Could there be a severe storm or two? It's a possibility, not a certainty. Can I get outside as we go into this weekend? Yeah, but I want you to keep an eye on that radar, that First Alert radar on Action News 5's First Alert Weather app. Again, I don't believe that it's going to rain constantly the next couple of days. That's why I'm keeping some sunshine in the forecast, and there will be some sunshine in play as we head through Friday and Saturday. Father's Day as well, an afternoon chance for storms that will linger into Monday morning. Temperatures in the mid-80s on Monday, back to near 90 degrees Tuesday and Wednesday. Notice Juneteenth, we may have a better chance for some rain and storms coming into the fold. And beyond that, first day of summer, First full day of summer being next Saturday. Mixture of clouds and sunshine, highs in the low 90s, but will likely operate closer to 105. So get ready, my friends. The heat is on as we head towards summer.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's already pool season, and before you know it, school's going to be out, and the family's going to be either hanging out at the pool or going to the lake or going to the beach, and you want to make sure you have water safety top of mind, just to make sure everything is A-OK throughout the spring and summer months. I'm joined right now by aquatics leader at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, Lindsay Carter, joining me on the digital desk to talk about maybe some friendly reminders, some tips and tricks to keep everybody safe around the water this season. Lindsay, good morning to you. Tell us maybe some tips, some just friendly reminders out there, first off, of what people can do to make sure everybody is safe. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I think that the most important thing is making sure that you always have visual contact on your non-swimmer, and making sure that you are wearing Coast Guard approved life vest. Coast Guard approved life vest are those are the life vests that you don't blow air into. And so, the simple safety around the pool, right? Which would include not running around the pool. You run around the pool, you could slip, fall, and an emergency could happen. So I think just putting that phone down, keeping eye contact. If your child or an adult is a non-swimmer, having someone that is a swimmer within 10 feet of them.
Okay, Lindsay, let me ask you this. When do you recommend people, maybe with younger families, when do you recommend swim lessons? Do you recommend that early on or a little bit later? What do you think?
Yeah, I think the earlier the child goes through swim lessons, the more confident and succeeding in swim that they can be. We start at Lifetime, we start swim lessons at 3 months, but we also go all the way up to adult age. I don't think that you're too young to do swim lessons, and I do not believe that you're too old for swim lessons. Even if that consists of just learning your life-saving skills in the water, I don't think that there is a age that we should put on swim lessons. So we start at 3 months old, and then we do go all the way up to adult age. The earlier the better, obviously, but there's no age for swim lessons.
Okay, so we're looking at some video here of kids, hanging out on the pool. Before you know it, the school's going to be out. There's going to be a lot of days like this across Memphis and the Mid-South. So what other tips should we recommend for the folks out there just to make sure everybody is safe this year?
Right, absolutely. We do make sure that all the children pass a 25-10 test. What our 25-10 rule is, if the child cannot swim 25 meters, then an adult swimmer needs to be 10 feet. I think that can go for the community families as well. We also making sure that you're taking breaks. We recommend no longer than 2 hours. So every 2 hours, you can take breaks before that 2-hour mark, but we do at least 2 hours. Those breaks need to consist of reapplying sunscreen, hydrating, resting, maybe a light snack, and just getting out of the water so the child can regroup or the adult can regroup from the fun.
Okay, good. And tell me about how many people should be, I guess, lifeguarding or watching the pool during these times when, kids are playing.
Right. So we do have ratios for our summer camp that we offer at Lifetime. We do a 1-to-3 ratio for non-swimmers and a 1-to-6 ratio for swimmers. For lifeguards, it's 2 lifeguards per 25 kids for our outdoor pool. We typically have 7 to 8 lifeguards on duty watching during the summertime. Indoor pool, it is a little bit different. It's 1 guard per 25, but when we do open our outdoor pool, we do have 2 guards per 25 kids. So roughly about 7 to 8 guards on duty during our pool season.
Where do parents often make mistakes from your perspective? Where do people kind of get in trouble?
Technology, phones, getting out of the water when your child is still in the water, taking your eyes off the water. I think a lot of times the parents like, yeah, my child can do that. And your child may be able to do that. I think that when there are a ton of children in the pool and everyone's having fun, sometimes the child may look at another child and start doing what they're doing, maybe not knowing that that requires a different skill, that child's a different age. I think that and I'm a mom as well of 3. And so as a parent, your priority needs to always be to be watching your child, and try to stay off the phone, try to stay in the water, and then realize that they may need swim lessons, right? Every child needs a refresher when it comes to swim because most of the time they take that winter season off. They're not in the pool as much. So just acknowledging that, let's get a refresher. Let me make sure that all the skills are still there. And then realizing that sometimes those skills can fall back to make sure that we're not taking our minds and thoughts off of like, okay, well, maybe they do need more help so I think it's just really paying attention to those signs and cues. And then obviously that phone on the pool, wanting to scroll through social media and we take our eyes off the pool, but where our child is, I think is a huge thing that parents come across.
Put the phone down. Yes. Lindsay Carter. Yeah. All right. We appreciate those tips for a safe, happy, and healthy swim season all season long. Lindsay, thank you for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate the knowledge. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to tell you about a free summer bridge academy for Memphis middle and high school students. This is going to be a 3-week-long program where kids, middle and high school kids, can brush up and boost their academic skills, their confidence, Again, this is for rising 8th, 9th, and 10th graders in the city of Memphis. I want to bring in someone that is a part of the organization doing this. I'm joined now by Courtney Richardson. He is with the Peer Power Foundation to talk about this Bridge Summer Camp. And Courtney, good morning to you. Tell me about the program and how it's going to work.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having us on this morning. So we have a summer bridge program, and it's to do exactly what the name says. In the summertime, it is important for students to have an academic bridge from the end of school year to the beginning of the school year. And so we're deploying our college students who are success coaches to create a fun learning environment for young people who are uprising 8th through 10th grade students, so that when they get to the classroom, here's what I told the team. When they get to their class the first week of school, we want their teachers to say, what did you do this summer? Because you are on par, or you are mastering the content that you need to master for your grade level.
That sounds great. I love that idea. And I know there's going to be a lot of parents and teachers that love the idea as well. So how does someone get set up and sign up for this program? Where is it? All those details.
So the program is going to be at Mace High School on Poplar Avenue. We want to give a shout out to that executive director over there, Mr. Gaston, for hosting this camp. And to sign up, families and students can go to peerpowerfoundation.org. Notice I said parents and students, parents and families, because sometimes it is the students who say, I am going to Peer Powers Camp. Because what we like to say is, hey, if the students don't enjoy it, or if the students don't advertise for it, and they are the target audience, then we need to do some work. But we always have students who are interested. So you can go to peerpowerfoundation.org to sign up, or any of our social media sites and sign up as well.
Okay, so take me through. Is this the first year? Take me through like what it's going to be like. It's Monday through Thursday, I understand, and it's from 9 to 3. Is it just like class? Is it something different? Explain.
So it's going to be Monday through Thursday. We're going to have level 4 and level 5 teachers providing instruction, and our highly trained and highly skilled success coaches, which are college students, are going to be there to help support or fill in the gap for those students who may need a little extra support. But this is also going to be filled with project-based learning. Our partners over at University Schools Innovative School District is a project-based learning school, and that is a practice that allows for students to do projects that are aligned with content, with curriculum, and with standards. So students are going to come away with some projects, and it's going to be fun, which is a part of Peer Power's model. You have our college students who are close in age with them, who are providing a fun learning environment. In fact, our college students are working in the month of June to create lessons and to create activities that would allow for students not just to sit in classroom and have boring lessons, but to have engaging lessons that would help them move academically. And so it's going to be fun. There will be some field trips. There are going to be incentives as well. There will also be other high school students who will be providing some support to their peers as well, which is why we are Peer Power. We believe in the power of the peer, not just the pressure that peers create. We believe that peers have the power to help peers succeed.
So this is going to be Monday through Thursday, July 7th it begins. This is right after the 4th of July weekend, July 7th through the 24th at Mace, the Memphis Academy of Science and Engineering. I understand registration closed later this month. Again, give us the details so people can sign up. We know it's already free, but give us the details again so people know where to sign up.
Okay, so registration will close later at the end of the month if it lasts that long. We are seeing much interest in this camp. But you can go to peerpowerfoundation.org to sign up for your student, or you can sign up to be a part of our summer bridge program. That's Monday through Thursday. It's going to be happening at Mace High School. They're on Poplar Avenue, and we look forward to serving you. If you have any questions, you can email programs@peerpowerfoundation.org, and one of my amazing team members will get with you to give you details that you need.
Courtney, one more thing. How many people are you expecting? How many students are you expecting this year?
So we are expecting about 125 students to be a part of this amazing opportunity. And from my understanding, we're well over halfway there. And that number is growing.
Okay, Courtney Richardson, the Peer Power Foundation, talking about a free Summer Bridge Academy for Memphis middle and high school students next month. Registration closes on Friday, June 27th. We appreciate your time, Courtney. Thank you for all that you're doing to help out the students this summer.
Thank you for having me. Looking forward to coming back.
Well, hello there. It's me, Dolly. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Coming up in just a minute, you're going to hear from one of my people who's going to tell you all about all the fun things happening here at Dollywood to celebrate our 40th anniversary season this year. You don't want to miss it. Now stay right here, and we'll be right back.
And we are back here in the Action News 5 digital desk talking about the 40th anniversary of Dollywood. Yeah, it's been around 40 years. It's going to be a spectacular summer for anyone that goes to Dollywood as they celebrate 40 years. This was something that started as a roadside attraction just on the side of the road, it seemed like, in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, East Tennessee, and is now turned into the #1 theme park in America. This is according to TripAdvisor reviews. And joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk, I'm joined by Pete Owens. He is Vice President of Marketing and PR at Dollywood. And Pete, I see that you're out and about among some of the crowds there. Good morning to you. Tell me what's going on in Dollywood.
Good morning to you. It's a beautiful day here in East Tennessee. We're right on what we call Show Street, which is our front room.
I'm about to start calling the people in. Hey, Miss Green, can you see me? I mean, can you hear me? Hey, Miss Green, unmute your mic. Can you hear me? Oh, Miss Green, can you hear me? Alicia, are you able to hear me? Your mic is muted if you're trying to talk. Miss Alicia Green, can you hear me? Miss Alicia Green, can you hear me? You got Alicia's number. You got her number.
She just called from the desk.
I'm finna start calling these. I'm gonna call these